Hello friends, old and new, welcome to my channel. We're going to be refreshing and completing the star quilt. So my Facebook group the page is Deb's Frugal Quilting and Crafts. The group is Quilting Perfectly in Perfect Points. If you go there, there's a free download for the star templates. There's the 3x3, there's a 4x4, and this is an 8x8. For those of you who have never done this, we're going to kind of do a refresher. So with the 8x8, you can basically do anything up to an 8x8. You can do a 2x2, a 3x3, a 4x4, 5x5, 6x6, 7x7, and 8x8. Now, it's basic math when it comes to, so a 2x2 has 4 diamonds in it. A 3x3 is going to have 9 diamonds in it. 16, 25, 36, 49, and 64 diamonds in each. We call these diamond units, these big guys. This whole, no, my pen doesn't want to work. This whole unit is a diamond unit. And then I refer to each of these little guys as a small diamond, okay? So there's that. So let's just get out some color crayons, and you're going to color. You just want a representation of your fabrics. You see my fabrics here, but if you look at my drawing, it looks gross. Okay? So just something as a representation of what your fabrics are going to be. When you finish that, after you finish your coloring, you're going to color your star. Now you need to transpose this diamond. This is the key diamond right here. Trying to stand in right on the camera is kind of difficult. So you want to transpose this guy down to here. So we have 1 and the 1, 2 and the 2, 3 and the 3, and so on and so forth. After you color this, make sure you put a dot here, okay, of each of your colors. Then we're going to count. I have 2 red, okay. Then I have green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 green. And then I have 1, 2, 3 yellow, 3 yellow. We're going to add those up just to double check, especially when you are doing the big 64, the 8x8. So 3 and 4 is 7, plus 2 is 9. So we did good there, right? You're going to transpose then each of these lines from here to here to here to here, just like you see them. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Now, the big thing I didn't cover in the old video, which is new, is size. So how big do I cut my strips? Common people use 2x2, but how big is my star going to be? So let's transpose these. I have 2, 4, 6, and 4. Okay, so that should equal 16, and it does. Right? We got 16. That's off the checklist. And I had already transposed them because I'm sure you guys don't want to see me color. Oh, I'd also recommend, I'm not sponsored by anybody or anything, just so you know, all my tools are my own. I bought them. Yeah, no kudos to anything. The more colors you have for coloring, when you're getting into, like, I have 2 purples, or maybe I have 5 purples, that way you can have the graduated colors. So treat yourself to a nice big box of pencils. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, so how big is my quilt going to be? Well, I want to make this quilt, and you can make any of them depending on the size of your strip, as big as you like. A thing to note, your points here should not hang off your bed out of all due respect for the star. That is tradition. Traditionally, these quilts are made with solid fabrics. As you can see, I'm not doing them with solids. I've done plenty with solids. I love doing them in solids because you can do a lot of really cool things with them. But, so, this I generally don't do above 60 inches. But how do I know how big that's going to be? Alright, so we need to know, in order to figure out the size of this, how big it's going to be. Oh, and like I said, in retrospect, okay, so in retrospect, this should not be bigger than 60 by 60 for a bed. Because the edge of the bed, most beds go 60 across. There is no rules. There's no quilt police. You're not going to jail if you make your star bigger than 60 by 60. Do it how you want to. I'm just telling you what I know and tradition, how it's usually done. So, I need to figure out the size of one of my small diamonds, right? I decided I wanted to cut, my strips are going to be at 3 1/2 inches. Okay? We don't need that guy no more. I thought I had some blank paper. We will draw on the back of this guy. I think I need a marker though so you can see. Marker. So my strips, let's get into camera view. My strips, I'm cutting at 3 1/2. The 1/2 is what? That is our seam allowance, because we use a 1/4 inch seam, correct? So because this is our seam allowance, our finished inside the quilt, like one of these guys in here, let's say this one, that's going to finish at 3 inches. 3 inches times. Now what are we timesing this by? It's going to be one of these numbers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Whatever size diamond you're doing, that is what size you're going to multiply this by. Mine is a 4 by 4. Equals 12. Right? Very good. The math gets a little crazy in here, and this is why we're going to use the phone. Use a calculator. Alright. Whoops. Alright, so next comes the 12. 12 comes down to here. 12 times. This number is always constant. It is 1.414. Okay? This number, this number. Right? So, 12 times 1.414 equals 16, it's 16,968, which is actually 15/16. Okay, we're just going to round this up and say it's 17. Just that's for later on. Okay, that's for later. Now, so we have this number is going to go, nope. Yeah, this number is going to go here. and it's plus, okay. So we're going to add that times 2, okay, equals times 2 times 2, okay, is 33.936, 34 inches basically. And then we also need to add, whoops, we need to add the 12 and add another 12. And this, so I'm just going to cheat and do plus 24. Basically, my quilt is going to be 58 inches. This is going to be the finished star. Where those numbers come into play is right here. This is 12. This is 12. This is the 16.968, as well as this. Now, the only reason you want to do this at the beginning before you go buying your fabric, I don't want you to cut these yet. This is very important. You don't cut these, and I'll show you why in a second. This is about what size each of these pieces are. Now note these inset triangles, this guy and this guy and this, whoops, this guy, I'm getting overzealous there, and this guy, those are quarter square triangles. And the reason they have to be quarter square triangles, because this edge here needs to be an outside edge. If you were to only do, let's say, a half square triangle, and this was to be your outside, this is biased. This is going to turn wavy. You don't want that to happen. So always for your inset triangles, and this is going to be a really big square because, as you can see, that's going to be 24-inch square that you're cutting into. Actually, it's going to be a 25. I always add an inch. I always add an inch for safety reasons. Number one, you have your 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then anything out extra is good. Now, let me show you this example over here. This is a 2x2. I wanted to show you this for 2 reasons. Oh, let's get the phone out of there because the light's glaring. Okay. This is not perfect. This is scraps from Mom's AccuQuilter. Little scraps that were barely 1.5 inches wide, and I decided I was going to play with them. If you do, pardon me, if you do multicolor in, can I get it to focus? You get it to focus? I don't think it's on autofocus. If you do, but can you see that? See where my points are not lining up at all? Not in that middle right there. If you do colors like this, where they're alternating, you're going to see that more. If you're a beginner, I suggest doing one color only in the middle, and your seams will line up much better. So then when we actually put the quilt together, what's going to happen is you're going to measure. I needed a different pointer tool. You're going to measure every leg. So for the inset squares, you're measuring 8 times. Whoops. You're going from the 1/4 inch mark in here out to the point. They say add a 1/2 inch. Like I said, I always add an inch because maybe I missed something. These will come out all different. Every one of these points, they'll be close, but they're not going to be perfect. I add that inch so that I don't waste fabric, so that I'm only doing it once. I would rather trim after I have this done, and I'm not cutting off my points then, my points will get done, I'll have all this out here to trim off. But it's okay. That is totally okay. So, what do you say we get back to work, and I'll switch things up and let's get cutting some fabric. Okay, before we cut, I made a mistake. This isn't going to help you changing the colors to, I hope you caught that because it's kind of a funny blooper, to line up your points better, but it will hide. It will hide. Let me, one solid color or one color in the center will hide the imperfection there. To me, this is close enough to perfect. I tried to redo it like 3 times and I gave up and I said forget it. And the other thing I forgot to talk about is yardage. How much yardage do I need? So, you take these numbers here, your 2, your 4, your 6, your 4, whatever your numbers may be, depending on the size of your star, how many colors you have of each unit. I'm doing mine at 3.5 inches, so it's going to be 2 times 3.5 equals 7 inches of that. You know, 4 times 3.5. I think you get the picture. This equals 14. And then 6 times 3.5 equals, I'm not in the camera even, equals 21. And then again the 4 times 3.5. So your number times the width of your strip gives you the total inches. Don't scrimp because they cut funky, or you bought pre-cut yardage, you know, and that's not always cut straight. Give yourself room for error for all of this. If you're doing reds, make sure you do the bleed test too. I can't stress this enough. The bleed test, take a tissue or take a piece of white fabric with you when you go fabric shopping, and purples are notorious for bleeding, but reds, it's generally reds, then your blue tones and your blacks are really big. But then just give it a rub and look on your tissue or your fabric to see if it's going to bleed. And this is just actually just rubbing my tissue apart. It's not leaving any color, so I should be safe there. That's the bleed test. Now for our background fabric. How do you determine that? Sorry, I have a frog in my throat. So earlier we said this number was 17, correct? 17. Actually, you have to add that 1/4 inch because we have a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So 14 or 17 and a 1/4, right? However, nope, it'd be 17 and a half because then you have your outside 1/4. But add an inch to this. You're going to add an inch. So call it 18 and a half. At least 18. At least, well, for this part, it'll be alright. Nope. Do 18 and a half. Just to be on the safe side. It's better to cut this off. So call this 18 and a half. This is 12 plus 12 is 25. Or plus 1 is 25. Okay, simple enough. This one is going to be 18 and a half as well. So this is 1/2 yard and 1/2 yard. So your squares are going to equal a yard. This is just over 1/2 yard. but get a little bit more. I go an extra yard. But then when it comes to, and so this all depends on your stuff. So you have to figure out what your width of your fabric is, going across width of fabric, the WOF. Most is at least 41 to 43 is average. Okay, 41 to 43 inches is pretty average. So that way you can get, and then you have to go upwards times 2, so 18 and a half and 18 and a half. You need just over, that's why I said if you do 18, it's just not quite enough. So you're going to need just over a yard for that area. But what else? Oh, so then, and then after that, it's all up to you on how to make your quilt bigger by adding beautiful different borders to make it longer. You can add more on the top and the bottom. I like this to hit the end of the bed right here. And then up here, generally a queen size bed is 80 by 60. That's pretty standard. And so, you know, I like a nice drop on mine, but you're gonna have to figure out how you want to do your borders and figure that into your yardage and your colors, if that makes sense. I'm sorry if it doesn't. Kind of mumbled that all up. Anyway, so now we know our yardage. To get, it's kind of cool to have an idea in your head before you go something color. Just color and doodle some colors, and it's kind of fun. And then go find those colors and decide how big you want to make your quilt and figure it out from there. This, if I cut these diamonds, let's say I was cutting them, if I cut these diamonds, this 2 by 2, I could make a 60-inch square if I cut these diamonds or my strip sets at 6.5 inches. It would totally work out to be the same size. So depending on how many diamonds you feel like doing, what your color scheme is, that's all. It's all on the strip size. The strip size has everything to do with it. All right, enough yapping. Start your fabric. Start your fabric well. If it's gonna fray, if it's gonna fray, it's gonna fray. And not that you can ever stop the fraying, but you can minimize it. So let's get to cutting. My fabric's all pressed. I have it lined up so I can cut all 4 of my fabrics. Oh, I wanted to tell you something else for our very beginners. Traditionally, on a star, this would be considered a 4-colored quilt. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you go backwards. So then then it's 3, 2, 1. That's traditionally how it's done. This is 2025. You do your quilts how you want. You can make beautiful things. No quilt, please, but just traditionally, I wanted to say that. I have my old trusty Easy Rule 2 that's been around forever. I'm not using that today, at least not right now. I will use that later because it has the 45 degree on it. I've stacked my fabrics. The light purple has the most cuts, that's 6. My greens are 4 pieces, and this is 2 pieces I need. The ruler I'm going to use to cut, I got the hiccups, I'm so sorry, is, it's from pmquilting.com. Try not to get the light glare in there, sorry. It was a gift from my parents. You can go all the way up to 10 inches. This is a, do you hear that? It's a really good non-skiddy. This whole pink bar, this bar here moves and then it tightens down. The cool part is it leaves a lip. Let's see if See how that's a lip? That'll catch onto the edge of my fabric. So for this quilt, I only have to make 6 total cuts. You want to make sure you pick this up. I usually pick up and slide backwards till it just plops off. A good sharp rotary cutter is always good. I'm still going to walk my hand up. I think that's very important. Give your, it's a little vroom vroom, vroom vroom, vroom vroom, vroom vroom. You got to give it a good start. I'm going to end up hitting that bump on the table, which will cause me a bad cut. A little vroom vroom. Do you hear that? That's a sharp rotary blade. A sharp rotary blade. I felt that did not go all the way there. Nope. For whatever reason, maybe because I'm short, didn't have enough pressure. There's one little spot there too. There's one. Actually, that's 4 pieces right there. Done. This ruler is spendy. Kay and I looked it up. My dear friend Kay. And they're not cheap. But well worth it. Especially if you do a lot of strip things. If you're going to cut a lot of your own 2-inch strips. You don't have to look. You don't have to think. You set it and forget it. And just away you go. I'm going to move everything down just a tad bit so I don't knock you over. Remember, vroom, vroom, vroom. There's 2. Now because our dark purple only had 2 strips, we're going to remove this. Ta-da! That can go over there. Then we put it on top, slider, kind of, see how it caught? It caught that selvage up there. I had to move you down so everything's good. Make sure you're lined up in there, good and snug. Little vroom vroom, vroom vroom, vroom. I hit that table bump. Yep. There we go. That's 3. The other joy about this, doesn't matter how you cut on your cutting board. You don't have to look at the lines on your cutting board. You will get more use out of your cutting mat all the way. Plop down. Except for I'm too close to the edge here. Let's pull it up. Ta-da. See how the ruler just moved with that? Okay. There's 4. Now we're going to remove our greens. I love this. I don't know if you can see it. It's got dragonflies, and this is, I'm pretty sure it's hens and chicks in the garden. You know, hens and chicks. I love the hens and chicks. And then we have 2 more cuts on just our purple. Our light purple. Get up on the board, please. Maybe we just need to move you down some. And same thing, even just, so technically this is 2 layers because it's folded in half. But see how it catches and moves that fabric along? I need to move it back down though so I can get to it. So whether you're cutting 1 layer, 2 layer, or multiple layers. I think the most I've cut is 10 layers, I think 10, maybe 12. I think 12 with my bigger rotary blade. And then I'll do this. And away you go, and one more. So, like I said, I'm not sponsored or affiliated with anybody. These are tools that have been gifted. Things that I use if you're curious. This is, I'm going to show you this too while I'm here. This fabric. So this was a pre-cut 1 yard thing. This is my dark purple. And do you see that? I pre-ironed out the nasty seam, okay? And then to put it back so the salvages were actually right, so you don't get the elbow, some people call it, or the W, so you have a nice straight seam in there. This is really important in lining up your fabric, and that's why you always need to get extra. That's part of a really good reason why you should get extra, because if you pre-wash or whatever, this threw my whole quilt off by what, an inch. It'd be 1.5 inches, or my whole yardage off by, well, technically 1.5 inches on that end, 1.5 inches on the other end, so that's 3 inches. So technically I only got 33 inches instead of a yard of usable fabric is the full width, if that makes any sense. Alright, so let's set up for some sewing, and I'll give you a few word salad, holy buckets, a few pointers there. So I have my sewing machine set up. With the cords under my foot. There we go. I loaded black top thread, red bottom thread. Yes, you can do that. It doesn't have to match. I do have purple, but that would be for something on top stitching. I'm going to use for my machine, a 1/4 inch quilting foot. The wonderful glare of the light. This here to here, this edge, this bitter edge that it's touching my fingernail, that's a 1/4 inch. So you always want to double check your machines too, because they're a little bit different. They're all just a tad bit different. I'm lowering, even though I'm doing really big diamonds, I'm still lowering my stitch length 1 notch, if you will. It would be a 2.0 on my machine. We're going to sew these in twos, sew them in pairs and then sew them together. And then it's very important, if you're going to skip over this part, when you iron your strip sets, take your odd rows and iron them one way, and then your even rows and iron them the opposite way, so that you get nesting seams. Alright, so we're going to take one. I need a 1, or fabric number 1, a dark purple and a dark green. I put it way out of my reach. Excuse my shoulder and the camera there. Now, to get started, you're not going to line these up directly. You will take and fold. Now you still have selvages. We want to make sure I have holes right there, which is fine. But when I fold this, I kind of like to line up that white line, if there is one, or the selvage, right to the other edge. And with all the starch, it has a nice crease in there that I can see. Can you see that crease? It looks like you can. Okay, I'm just going to put that there to hold it. And then the next one, we're going to do the same thing. Fold this down, bring that white line over to yonder, to the edge right there of the fabric. Make sure it gets up to that point. Give her a nice crease. because there's a lot of starch in here. It doesn't take much. See that nice crease? Then when we start, you're going to take this crease up here and just a tiny squishy bit above that crease there. And that's how you will sew your strip sets. I let the machine do the work. My machine is raised up on a printer, believe it or not. I have an issue, so with sitting in my hip, if I sit too long, I can't function, I can't get up, you'll hear me scream. The reason you would want to use a neutral thread, even a gray would work better. Maybe not so bold as black and red, but you're not going to open up your seams so far that you're going to see the stitching. I'm going to hold that thread just for a second until I get a stitch or two in there. And then I like to hold my fingers like this. My thumb and my pinky. And I let it just go. And I kind of keep my other hand down below where you can't see. I'll move the camera for the next one. And let the machine do its thing. And then sew a little bit, check, make sure everything's lined up, put my hands back in position. So I sometimes kind of use these. They're not actually touching, they're just kind of lightly on there to help guide. And away we go. Miles and miles and miles. We put on the miles. There's a lot of things you can get to help guide your seam. One really cheap one that I have been known to do is the insulation tape, that foam insulation tape for your doors and windows. If you have to adjust, try to always stop with your needle down. That's another tip. And if it doesn't, manually put it there. See how bold that is? I did that for a reason so you guys can see later when we're lining stuff up. I want you to actually be able to see my sewing lines. But yeah, the foam, it's got one sticky and it's like $3 for this massive roll, and you can line it up right here and put it down there. That helps. But the more you touch your edges, the more it's prone to fray. Just know that. The more you handle the fabric, the more it's going to fray. That's why it's so important to starch. I know a lot of people don't care for starch, but and because we will be working with bias, that's another reason to starch. Race to the finish line. You gotta just keep checking. Let the fabric do its own thing. If it bunches up in the back here, see mine's going down because the printer, then make sure you throw it back. Don't let it sit there, because if it's all squishy bunched up here, it's going to push stuff and it's going to move stuff, and you're not going to have a super nice line. The nicer the line, the nicer it comes out. Ta-da. Almost there. Go to there. Alright, that one's done. So this is all part of row 1. So the next one for row 1 is a light purple and a light green. And you need to make sure you're doing it in order. So when I open it, so the light purple will be on the bottom, and then because the light purple has to go here, light purple on the bottom and a light green on the top. Right, new camera angle, light purple on the bottom. We said I did that fold on both. I'm going to take this here, I don't know if the camera's catching it, and just a tiny bit above there, probably about 1/4 inch. Line these guys up. The edge of my foot is right there. That's my 1/4 inch. I'm going to do that for a second. Alright, now this is, you can't catch my other finger, but these fingers are just floating, okay? I need to move my foot pedal. And away we go. Alright, so it's this part of my thumb, this part right here that's going to touch the edge of the fabric. I'm not even it's just barely there. And one of my fingers, okay? I usually do my pinky and these 3 float the top. Sometimes when I'm doing skinnier ones, I'm kind of just 2 fingers on the top. Depends. But with these wider ones, I like the 3 fingers on the top. Double check. The machine basically does all the work. Sewing, just keep sewing, sewing. Halfway. Oh, I missed one. And so, like I was saying, take your even rows and your odd rows and go opposite. So this is row 1. I'm going to open them all to the right. The even rows, I will flip them this way and then open them to the left. Now when you open, this is why I'm not afraid to use bold colors. When you open this, whether you finger press or iron, doesn't matter. I'm going the wrong way. If you're pushing so far, I'm going to go all the way down to the end. If you're pushing so far that you can see those stitches, you've gone too far. I don't know if you can see that. I'm really pulling to get that. If you can see your stitches, that's too much. You just want them opened nicely. Okay? We're just going to kind of finger press for now. I'll give them a good press after I get both together. And then, so I have my 2 pairs together, and then we'll do the other one. We'll put this together. Ta-da, ta-da. All right. Now you can almost see where my line is. I didn't get them quite matched up. It's probably about 1/8 of an inch between here and here. But that's okay because we're going to trim it. Alright. Now, we need the other one. We need the other one. I'm not going to bother to press it open because there's no reason to. I'll push it open with the iron. Remember, press. Not iron. Press. So we need this guy. And we got to match our light purple up to this guy here. So then we're going to line that up and sew. So it should look like row 1. Dark purple, dark green, light purple, light green. And that's what I have for row 1. Row 1. Row 1. Can I see it in the camera? Yeah, it might not be coming through as well, but dark purple, dark green, light purple, light green. Alright, I'm going to get these sewed together and I'll show you how to cut them. So my strip sets are all sewn together. You may have more, you may have less, depending on what size of a diamond unit you are creating. I've marked them as I sewed them. 1, 2, 3, this one's 4. And remember, I said we're going to take 1 and 3, and we're going to sew it in, or press it open in one direction. So we're going to take it this end and flip it over. Now, I can press everything in the same direction. Everything should turn out the right way if we do it properly. You want to set your seams. It's easier to do this as they come off of the machine if you're doing smaller strips, but because I'm doing bigger strips, this should be fine. Set your seam, set your seam, set your seam, pick it up, stuck on the board, set your seam, set your seam, set your seam. Okay? Set, 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 set. Pick it up, set it down. Now, flip it over. Flip it over. I usually use my fingernails. And nothing wants to work right, of course, when you're doing it on camera. Usually it goes so nice and smooth. I didn't heat it up a whole lot either. Okay. And as you recall, I also said don't push hard, right? You don't want to press that super hard. We're not going to push down, and we're not going to put our iron down and shove into it and give it all our might. I do say press it into submission sometimes, but not here. It shouldn't need to be pressed into submission. Ta-da-da. Come on. Well, for Jinky's sake. Needs a little more heat on that other side. So right now I'm just running the edge. And now I'm going to pick it up and go back and set it on the actual seam. Oh, what was that? I think it's starting to get time to get a new iron. I don't think this one heats up as much as it should. So there's one seam. Then you just fold this one over like yay. Somewhere along the line I ran out of the red bobbin thread, but it's okay. When I come to that, I will show you what I did to resolve that when you run out of bobbin thread. Also, somewhere on one of the light green, there was a spot I didn't use as much starch. You can really tell. So another term I use is cleaning house, especially if you're doing a white back quilt that has a white backing. Trim your threads as you go. You will save yourself a big headache at the end, or your long armor a really big headache from trying to hide those threads. That's why you want to use a neutral thread to your lightest color. Something that's neutral to your lightest color. We need to set that seam, that's why it doesn't want to lay. Do, 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 do. Come on. I don't want to burn myself. Try that again. Usually once you get it started, it'll go just fine, and if it doesn't, you'll feel it, you'll see it. I think this is the one that I didn't use enough starch in because it just wants to lay funny. You just pick it up and fix it. This is my biggest thing, is ironing. I think ironing is so important. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the light green one that didn't get nearly as much starch. Because I ran out, and it was the last one I ironed. Okay, so this is one, right? Number 2. This ended up being number 2. Let's see if we can grab a... You can fix this by going to the back side too. See how this is flipped here? And go through and press this. I have no steam in my iron. You can use a little spritz of steam. You can use a little spritz of water to reactivate the starch. I'm just trying to go a little quickly here to show you what I wanted to show you. Where did those go? They dropped. They dropped. Alright. I think we stuck those at that end. Which one is this one? This is number 4. Okay, so we have an oddball one. We'll stick the tag down at this side. Start from here. What do you like to do when you're quilting? I can just kind of get my groove. Tell everybody leave me alone. I haven't been able to quilt in a long time, really. We've had a lot going on in the family. My husband had a stroke in September. So we've been taking care of that, taking care of me, taking care of my mom. Things are starting to slow down. My husband's getting better, but he's still in, believe it or not, he's still getting therapy. So that keeps our schedule busy. All the paperwork for all the disability stuff, and I'm not a paperwork person. That was, I think, my biggest thing that was throwing me off of everything, is all the paperwork. Give me a quilt. Let me do a little bit of math and I'm okay. Give me paperwork and my head goes bonkers. But it's all good. It all comes out good in the end. There you go. Bless you in there. Oh boy, he's allergic. You're welcome. He's allergic. Alright, and then this one. You can always fast forward through this. I just wanted to do at least 2 of these to show you how they will be different if you just take your ends and flip them over. I don't know if you noticed how, like, I kept all the white tabs to one end on the selvages. This one's not all the way, does not want to lay down. There we go. My purple, the light purple is the first one, so that one's really stiff. Stuck on the board. Here we go. Here we go. Let's not iron our hands because that doesn't feel good. This one, oh no, there's a bump in there still. Alright, I'll get it from the back side. And then we have just this one. Set that seam. It helps it lay, your threads lay into the fabric more. It helps you prevent from the overpressing or over pushing it open. I don't know how to explain it. I just know it works better. It helps lock it all in. Shh, don't tell anybody I slid the iron. And there's those icky spots. This one, just, I don't know why. Yeah, this is the one. You can see the fray on this one. You see how that fray happening? That's why I tell you to use starch. Do you see fray on this one? No, because there's a lot of starch on there. All right. So we have this. This was number, we're at the other end. This is number 1. This one is number 2. And we're going to flip this so all the white selvage ends are down there. See, this is going that way and this is going that way. And that's where you want to be. Make sure you get these fixed. We're not going to open these seams. We are going to open some seams, but not these seams. Okay? You can if you'd like to. However, I'm going to reactivate that a little bit, probably a bit much water. The problem with opening the seams is they won't nest. Anyway, so before I was so rudely interrupted by the camera shutting off, as per the usual, some things don't change. I was saying that we were going to open some seams, not all. These seams we don't want to open because we want them to nest. This is 1 and 3 with the seams going that way. This is 2 and 4 with the seams going this way. When you cut, please make sure that you leave, when you make your piles, because of the way they're nesting, because I don't know if you noticed, if you turn them a certain way, rows 1 and 4 are the opposite. If you flip them over, they're the same, and same with 2 and 3, they're the opposite if you flip them over. But because of the way the seams are pressed, keep them in their piles. I was also going to show you, let's move these. It was row number 3 where I ran out of my red thread. Right here. I ran out of red thread on the back. So just overlap, back tack when you start off your new stitch because you don't know exactly where that's going to be cut, and just sew another like an inch or two. That's almost 2 inches, like my measuring. Okay, so these guys out of the way. And you want to cut all the same. My cheaters. It's very helpful to have a mat with a 45-degree. Also a nice long ruler with a 45-degree. Maybe you can see it better on there. It's kind of hard to see it. There's a 45 right through the middle here. We're going to cut from the right side. I do not suggest stacking this at all. I just had this in my head. I just flipped it around because every time I start this, it's kind of a pain. It's nice if you're working on a table where you can walk around. This is not exactly what I wanted to go this way. I wanted to go on that side for you, but it's okay. I'll go on this side. This end here is the end that came off the sewing machine last. This is our starting ends where we started the little, we did the folds. So we want to find a line. I'm going to start here on the 2-inch, line it up pretty nice and neat there. The next thing I'm going to look at is this 45. Okay, I'm going to cheat with the ruler here so you can see it better. And I have a long way to go. I can pull this down and save some fabric because we just need it to come to this line here. Let's see how we're doing. 45, 45. Ooh, and we just make it there. Alright, so I'm lined up on the 45 here. And do you see how each one of these are going to get trimmed? The problem with this is I'm on the wrong side of the cutting board. I don't know if I can reach from this side. Walk all the way around. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Alright. Is everybody seeing that okay, I hope? I'm going to line that up. Misses. This line is good and lined up. You want everything nice and straight. Maybe check this line here too. Where are we coming out at? The half mark. So, what size do we cut these? That would be the next big $1,000 question, right? What size did you cut your strips? Did you cut them at 2 inches? Did you cut them at 2.5? Did you cut them at 3? Or 3.5 like me? That is your answer. I cut mine at 3.5. So, walk your hand down. I'm a little short from this side. This is the part that always the first one kind of stinks. I'm going to cut mine at 3.5 inches. Whatever width your strip was originally, that is the size you're going to cut your diamond. Now, I used to have a way to do this. Maybe I need to flip my mat around because, how did I do that? Oh, never mind. So once I have my 45 degree, I'm going to line her back up here. Okay, that's beautiful. Nice and lined here on the 1-inch line, okay? And then I don't like using the mat, but we will. 1, 2, 3.5. 3.5. I'm not big on using the mat for counting where I need to cut. I prefer to go from the other side. The other thing is, if I flip my ruler over, this should also, this 45 should line up there. Okay, 1, 2, 3.5 inches. So it's 3.5 this way. 1, 2, 3, half. Does that make sense? Can you see that okay? From this side, 3.5. This is the line we're lined up on. 1, 2, 3.5. Make sure it's on the half up there and give it a beautiful cut. You need 8 of these. You know, I didn't even take that into consideration. Normally, I have leftovers. I didn't even think if I would have enough, because normally, like most people commonly do, is do 2.5-inch diamonds, and then you have some left over. There's one. We can move over 3.5 again. There's a half. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can't be normal. Why be normal? Are quilters normal? I don't know. There's 2. 2. If you do smaller increments, you can, and depending on how many you're doing, you can actually use back orders on some of the diamond quilts. I don't like the way that looks skewed. I might give it a little sliver off up there. Put that up there. See, we're cutting on the bias, so everything kind of skews out. You have to be really careful. There it is. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3.5. 3.5. Right. 1, 2, 3.5. I'm sorry, I don't want to have to go through and recut. I got enough to do it again, but I don't want to. Hit the bump in the table. Okay, that's 3. And 4. If you understand this, go ahead and skip forward or watch through, because I might think of something and say, hey, right? One, 2, 3.5. 3.5. You'll be pretty deliberate in your cutting and your cutting, your sewing, your ironing. If it wasn't for ironing, I could probably sew like the wind. I slid there, my whole piece slid, but it slid under. That's 4. Are we going to get 4 more? I don't know. One, 2, 3.5. Alright. Put my cheaters on, and you know where they are? On top of my head. Isn't that great? Three, 4, 5. And with this bit, I think I'm going to be 1 short. I might actually have to do 1 more set for each of these. So yeah, I forgot about that part. Let's kind of a good thing that 1, 2, half. Okay, we're still good there. All good here. We might just make it. But I'm thinking not. I think we're just going to be shy. I think we're going to be shy. Anyway, you get the picture on how to cut this. Yeah, so the Alright, so hopefully cutting went well for you. It did for me. I had just enough at both ends. Made me pretty excited. This next step, okay, so we had your 1 pile, 2 pile, 3 pile, 4. These were your strip sets. You're going to need a marking pen, a pencil. I use the friction gel. They're erasable. You can write on anything and they erase. They're also heat erasable, so they're pretty nice. They actually work pretty well. If that was close enough for you to see. You'll need some pins. You're going to need oh look, I got string on my back. Magic of camera. Wonder where all that string comes from on my back all the time. You're going to need something with a 1/4 inch mark. You can use a small one, you can use a big one, whatever you prefer. I don't mind using the small one. Alright. So, I already marked these. I'm going to flip this one over here because that's the way I'm going to sew. Same thing with one, but I didn't mark one. I did the other pre-sewing for us. So we can get started on that. I'm going to zoom the camera here a little bit better. You want to take your pins out if you have, so your ruler lays nice and straight. Now, on your 1/4 inch seam, you might want to have, let's see if I can get this in the camera right. You might want to put it just over the line. You see this line right here. You want actually your quilt piece to be just on this side because your pen has to take up a width as well. We're going to mark the tip. And with the tip, I'm not in the camera view, with the tip, it's important because we're on the bias. Everything wants to stretch and skew. Put your finger down, put some pressure there, make sure you're on the right side of the line. Go that way. Instead of trying to pull it in, mark that way. Then when you get down to this area, because my crease is folded this way, I'm going to go from this side. You just need a line across. And this pen's not working. Isn't that wonderful? It's camera shy. That's what it is. That's what I'm going with. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. It's camera shy. Maybe it just needed a little go-go juice. I don't know. But you just need something going across. Where am I? There we go. And it's not going to focus very well because it's too close. Going across that seam there. As you notice, my seams are all pressed out, not pressed open. That's open. We don't want to open them yet. This keeps a stronger seam line for you. So you're going to go ahead and mark your 1/4 inch down this entire side, down to this point, and then you're going to flip it around and go from this point all the way back up to this point. So it'll look like this. Mark on both sides, see? Here we go. Very well. Look, this is the one with the red. Doesn't matter. It's not showing through any of my stitches. Do you see that? Not showing through. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me see if I can scoot us out a little bit here. So I can show you how to pin. I can do that on the other two. And as I said, we're going to fold 3 onto 4 and 1 onto 2. Oh, that's the bottom. My bad. 1 onto 2. That's how we're going to pin them. And we're going to pin the right side. This is, I was talking to my friend, my dear friend Kay today. So here's your seam. I want you to begin with a quilt like this first before you do a multicolored quilt as far as the centerpiece goes. Because this is a, what did I say? It was a methodical type of quilt. It's not a fast-paced. Put your pin in the mark just on that. Here's the seam right here. I put my pin just on the other seam. Now, it's going to be on this line, not here. First one from the left. We're going to stick it in. And just because I'm used to it, do we hit the line? Da 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 da. Do we hit the mark? Oh, I'm way off there. Sometimes that happens. And you just adjust. Sometimes. I haven't done this for a day because yesterday was a kind of a messed up day. And you want it to be really close there by that X going through. And this pin doesn't get pinned like you would think. This pin is a holding pin. Okay? It stays out nowhere else. However, you want to put a holding pin here on this side. This guy needs a pin. It should go through your line if you did your lines good, but I didn't, and I didn't line that up really well either. And that's what made me think of telling you to make sure that your 1/4 inch, that your fabric is on the proper side. This is a wider than this. It really is. So proper marking is really good. Now, before I put that pin in, I'm going to go down to this guy. The other thing that can help you with your 1/4 inch, if you got a really good 1/4 inch seam, these two little guys here, they should pretty well line up. Now you could just do that pin and go and hope for the best. I like my perfectly imperfect points as close to perfect as possible. A lot of P's there. Maybe I should add that purple in there, that perfectly perfect in purple. Yeah, no, we'll leave it alone. But I do try to get this one. See, this one was sitting out here. I just have to bring it in closer to that seam. I wish I had like an autofocus camera. I suppose, you know what? I hold that there. Hang on. Da-da-da. Sorry, I'm in the way. Autofocus. Right in the middle. And there's my phone. I will be back. It's probably my dad. Alright, I apologize. Mom's in the hospital, so it's been our whole entire year since last March, literally since her birthday. But anyway, so it's, you know, social media last and family first, always. Let's move on. So we're pinning through there. And then if I flip it over, that pin is just a holding pin. Pin on this. I gotta make sure I'm in camera range. Just, this is a full pin all the way through. And then we'll move down to this next guy. What is that? Oh, that's our paper. Kind of lined this up. And like I said, your marks are kind of going to be your two, this seam allowance and this seam allowance. Whoa, get under there. They should pretty much line up over each other and kind of make a big sandwich in there. Can you see that? Okay. Holding pin. This goes straight through. I don't try to put it exactly on the sewing line there because it's just too much. Just that one thread to the other side. You can do that. I do better if it's open, because then I can see like right here, I came, let's see if I can get the light to grab it right. It's like 2 threads, 3 threads over from the actual seam. And I'm not happy with that yet. Go through. This is a very methodical quilt. Like, it just takes some time. Okay, so I'm through there. This is a holding pin. Just push it straight through. Then we make sure that's lined up and put a pin all the way in there, going through down to the end. Probably want to move the paper so that, pardon me, we don't sew that in there. Out you go. And I think I might have accidentally erased my line, or did I not get it well on this one? Maybe I missed it. I don't know. I'm okay with it. I've done it a zillion times. Oh, it's right there is my mark. You can barely see it. It's just the color. And right through to the other side. This one, I kind of go kitty corner there. And now, let me show you. Oh, I missed this pin. Do you see how this is kind of, can you see that down there? It's not, there's a wrinkle in there. But when I pick it up, when it was laying down, you could see that wrinkle. It's just because of the bias. Bias means it's cut on the kitty corner where all the stretch is. And you have to be really careful. And we need a holding pin on this side. This is about the only quilt when it comes to points on diamonds, I should say, that's when I pin. And we need a holding pin here. This is important for when it comes to the sewing machine. And it helps keep everything. You can even put an extra one here. Depends on which end I'm sewing at. And we're going to work it through on our machine. Okay? So this 1/4 inch foot, this is my hole and where my needle drops, right? There is a line right here. And then you have this guy right here. From here to here is a 1/4 inch, just so you know that. And then this inside track, maybe if I use the ball of the pen, the inside track here, just under that is my 1/4 inch. I'm just showing you that again. The other thing is, starter strips, jumper strips, thread catchers, whatever, leader ender. If you have a track like this one and not a single hole for your thing, that's, from what I understand, you don't need. I've never worked with a machine that had a needle plate with just a single hole. So I don't know that for a fact. I only know that the machines that have the slit in them like to eat the fabric when you're working with points. So there is that. Now I'm going to figure out how to do this so my arms don't get in the way and show you what we're doing. We're going to let that go. We're going to grab one of our strips. I have got the hiccups. I am so sorry. Somebody want to hand me a glass of wine or something so I have a good excuse? Okay. we have our strip. Another thing to point out, this right here, this is normal for the bottom diamond to stick out. Okay, it should be about a 1/4 inch, and if you did your lines right, if you did them right, not too wide or whatever, they're good guide at least, okay? It should aim right for that point, that bitter point right there in between, okay? And then I need to put my magnetic pin holder on the other side, so as I'm taking them out, I'm not throwing them on the floor. That wouldn't be too cool, would it? You're up on my my printer again today. It's a thing. I stand and sew. So I'm going to line up. Can you see that? Is that working good enough? Hopefully. I'm going to try to get a couple stitches in there. Take out this guy. Ready, set, here we go. Nice and easy. You're still going to let the machine do the work. Nice and slow. You could go fast over that area, but I like to feed it slow. This is your stay pin. He's going to go around in there. Just kind of let him go there. Part of the reason why I said 1/4 inch showed you where my 1/4 inch is. That's where I know to bring out my pin. Okay, bring out that pin. Now I have to make sure, because of the way my seam is going, and I don't have to worry about the bottom one then, that it gets underneath the presser foot. Then I take this guy and I swing him around, and leaving him in there, I kind of use it as a holder for a little bit, at least another stitch or so, and I'm holding that point. Okay. It's a little more difficult when you're trying to explain it. Alright, here we go. I'll pretend you guys aren't here and just sew it like I normally would. Maybe that'll be more helpful. Sometimes you might have to lift your foot a little just to guide it under. And that's okay. Do you see how my line's kind of going down in between? It's difficult with all the glares. They need to build a little camera like right here, you know, hanging off of the sewing machine. And away we go. And I'd rather take some time to spend with you guys, because I'd rather see you, you guys see real life issues. Because there are struggles. There's true struggles in quilting. Probably took that other one out too early, but so things are kind of slowing down with family stuff, so I should be able to get some more videos up and out. I started this one the day before my mom went into the hospital. That was yesterday she went in, so I did get a lot of prepping done, so that was a good thing. And then, so you're going to hope to come out at that intersection point right in there. So keep your corner guided. There we go. Do I have another scrappy? Sure I do. Except for I'm just gonna go like this because I want to show you something. I don't know if I can here or not. Before you iron, peak, okay? Do the peak. Peak, where's the peak? Peak at the point. Depends on the angle you look at it from. I like it. I'm good with it. You'll see it better when I show you how to, the good way. I'm good with it. They're so slightly off, but if you really look at them, you can see where they're off. Like that bottom one. So that's 1 point. The second point. And the third point. You can see this one's a little off. I'll go up there a little bit. But when the whole quilt is together, it's so minuscule, it's perfectly imperfect. Alright, I'm going to move this and show you the best way to iron this. Okay, so now we press. What do we do first? Set our seams, right? Let's see, that's one. That is. I have to forgive my pressing board. It's been used and abused for many a year. So it's stained. But the reason I don't have one of those, is it wool? A wool pressing mat? That's on my bucket list of wants. Because this has more cush. The other thing you could do is fold some batting, some 80-20 batting, but be sure to put a cover over it so you have some thickness in there. Because 80-20 batting is part poly. Poly is plastic, poly will melt. So set your seams, open up. Now I have to be careful. I already did it. I already took off, or maybe I didn't. I did. I still have the hiccups, darn it. Be careful for your seams. That's what I was going to say. I'm going to show you how to press this open. I just do a hand press to start with after it's been warmed up. And then if I was actually paying attention like I did on my other ones, I just use the tip, the very tip, to go down the middle so I'm not erasing the lines I've already done. Just so you know that. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. This is actually backwards, right? 1/2. Yeah, okay. And then 1/2. Because generally I do it with the quilting or the ironing board the other way. And the reason I like this is because it's on the bias. I have lines. I can make sure it's kind of straight, even though this mat likes to skew a bit. It's not all the way. And I sewed the other one. So we'll press that as well. Gotta think. 1, 2, 3. This way. Okay. I had to think of what order my stuff was in because I took all the tags off. Put it on a line. Set your seams. I'm always going to say set your seams. Set your seams. Finger press it open. Yeah, my seams are not actually perfect. I showed you that one. This one right here, it's a tad bit off, but you're only going to see it from a direct angle of one way or another, and you'd have to be basically looking at the quilt with a microscope. Do like a tappy tap. My pieces are wide enough. If your pieces are not wide enough, just use a small, like maybe you have a little tiny iron, one of those clover ones or something. And then we're going to repeat the process, okay? Yeah, we're going to repeat the process. Flip this guy over this guy. Right? Over this guy. Put your pins in. I'm not going to go through with that again. this is what your finished diamond should look like. Okay, this pin is to say that it's a bottom because my hens and chicks are a little bit directional, and then the back. Oh, I don't know why I did this. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm gonna fix that right now. I think I was thinking of the other piece. I told you I've got a lot going on. My brain's like on overload. I'm on memory overload, short-term memory overload, long-term memory overload, all the things I gotta do overload. I would just like to relax, and that's why I figured I would do this, because people were asking, Monica, this is for you, especially, because I know you were asking, hun. I'm sure a lot of other people, because I never did get to finish my other video of what led people to my Facebook group. But here we are. There. These should look like this. Beautiful, argyle, whatever. Now, I want you to finish sewing this together. And I'm going to finish sewing it together. And then I get to show you how to sew these together. Remember how a little bit ago I said just, crisscross these guys and you'll be fine? It doesn't always work that way because on this next row, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You put your mark in there, hit your 1/4 inch there, and they're way far apart. There's probably going to be about a 1/4 inch in between those guys, just so you know. So don't always listen to what I say. I've been doing this for a long time. I just do it. So just know that, okay? Just go ahead. I'm just going to, but you pin it the same way. Pin it through your little marks. Put your stay pins in. Put your regular pins in. Your holding pins. All the way down. Okay? Continue doing that. That one's not quite lined up there. Da-da-da. It's where I want it though. The more you do, the easier it gets. For sure. Alright, let me go sew this. Let me go sew this. I'll be back in a jiffy. Alright, so we have the last piece. The other thing I wanted to say about ironing, pressing, make sure you're pressing all your seams in one direction. Doesn't matter if they all go to the left or to the right, just so long as all your seams are pressed to one direction. I can press that a little bit. There we go. I didn't peek at this one. I don't know if I like this one. Oh, I'm alright with it. Don't stretch it too hard when you're opening up. Don't give it too much of a tug. Come on. I'm a little short on room. Gotta reach. My iron's not quite hot enough. Press those down a bit. Now, if you did this really well, meaning cutting and sewing and pinning and sewing and pinning some more, let me get this out of the way. I will show you what is important here. Let's remove this guy. You can probably see it better here. This edge, let me get it in the camera view. This edge is going to have some little ears to cut off. Let's bang the light down. Yeah, that's good. So we're going to have these to trim. And this edge, I have one or two. This is going the wrong direction. So I'll have to repress that. These you shouldn't have to trim. They should all be going upward. And they should match in. And this should be a nice, fairly straight line. Ta-da! And if we put it up on our 45 degree, here, and this one is my 45 degree, it looks pretty darn good. I'm happy with it. Now, let's pin these together. This is where nesting your seams are going to come in, okay? And it's kind of depending on the direction you pin, or it works sometimes, it doesn't work sometimes, because I don't know. I think it's the direction that I end up sewing or pressing. But I actually like it this way. No, I like it the other way better, because I'd rather have this seam getting shoved into. It doesn't matter if I do it on the top or the bottom, because I have to sew it. This is the side I have to sew it on. Get in the camera view. There we go. So we're going to line this side up. And you're going to feel this. This is going to nest. You can have a line here. You don't have to. Your 1/4 inch foot's going to do that for you. I still pin on those areas. Just a holding pin. I know it sounds silly. It's not necessary. But I want these points to look as pretty as the rest of the points. Okay? So I pinned this exactly the same way. This going right next to the seam. And then on the inside, right, I don't know if I can hold the pin straight, right next to the seam. Put holding pins in there, or the stay pins, and then your holding pins just like the other seam, except for they will nest. Now when you're sewing this part, I think what's really important to note, because this guy, if yours ends up this way, I think I press one direction. I don't even think about it and deal with it when it gets to the machine, because I don't think that I need to be thinking about. You want to make sure these two corners are lined up. And despite what anybody tells you, please, 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 because this is where we're putting our points together, right? You start all the way here. So all the way off this point, you sew this entire T seam. Don't stop 1/4 of an inch, you know, in this little spot and start. No. No, absolutely no, no, no. I mean, you can do what you want, but it's part of putting in our inset. This didn't go in there right. Our inset triangles and squares. Everybody says, oh, you got to do the start-stop thing. No. You don't have to do that. That open seam is going to be our marker, actually, because this is the seam that we press open. Okay? I will show you. I will show you. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Da, 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 da. Here I am. I'm back over here. So yeah, you're gonna sew this. Oh, this is the whole quarter. The whole quarter. This is actually half of the quilt. Do you see the open seam? Do you see a split here? Absolutely not. How about a split up here? Nope. But what I did was, when I was done sewing this and the other ones, except for right here, when you sew just this portion, you sew your pairs together. And then you're going to trim your triangle. So I'll do that and show you. But all these go all the way to the end. See this one? You can even see my thread sitting there. See, look, oh, open my seam. That way you can see all the way. If I open up that seam, oh, the purple's pretty dark. I don't know if you can see it. But, yeah, all the way from edge to edge. Okay? Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. I'll show you. Yeah? I'll show you on the machine. Jumper threads back here. Just holding my threads there. They said all the way to the edge. In the very beginning. We're not skipping nothing. Right? Pin dish is on the wrong side, but thank goodness it's magnetic because then I can toss. Doo-doo. Here we go. I hold that just a tiny bit. The biggest thing is keeping, so depending where the weight is, that's what's going to make your quilt shift. I'm just trying to keep it pretty steady. I'm going to get to here. 1, 2. The biggest thing I want to make sure of is that this under, I think I sewed something wrong. I don't know. It doesn't make no sense to me, but it's alright. This is my stay pin. We're going to bring him around. This is, you really don't want to twist him. You want to bring him up, because if you twist this guy right now, because I took out that pin, it's going to slide your fabric down. You want to make sure you can feel with your fingers that this is locked in. Okay? You can lock that in. Keep it locked there and just keep following it down. Make sure that guy is going to the front of your machine. Do 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 do. When I'm strip sewing, whoops, that one missed. Gotta pick that up. When I'm strip sewing, I fly like it even. I let the miles just add up and, you know, sew like the wind, and that's totally cool, right? I want to do another stitch or two. I feel like that's not right, but it is. Well, it was a little up there. And away we go. I just like to show you guys everything, I guess. Like, I think it's important to see all the processes, like the everythings. Because just because I don't think it's important, somebody may have never seen it before, you know? And those who have seen it before and don't want to see it, they can always skip through it, right? Right. Agreed, agreed. Whoop. It still caught it. Oh, that's good. And let's straighten these out just a tishy bit. Alright. Off the end, right? Off the end. Alright, let's iron this guy. Alright, this is our 2 diamond units sewed together. Our point. This is our center point. See how well I can catch this. There we go. That's a so-so. It's a little bit better. I don't know. We'll just keep going with it, right? Okay, so the center point. Don't catch your thread. Go like a 1/16 inch away from your seam, and then cut a diagonal off of there. Also, clean house, trim threads. I don't know if you've noticed, but with all the starch and not so much handling, there isn't much house to clean. There's a thread here. By all rights, we could go through, and this could be helpful, just trim this little guy and that guy and that guy. Call it a good day. Set your seam, set your seam, set, 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 set. Okay. Should have checked it first. I didn't check it first. But, well, we're a little smidgy off there. I'm okay with it. Do you see it? Right there. Perfectly imperfect. Alright, this is one we're going to open up. We're going to open this guy up. Kind of like to finger press start, and then the iron kind of takes over for me. Here we go. And just kind of use the tip of your iron in there. Don't burn yourself. Disclaimer, I am not responsible for burnt fingers. Only my own. It's happened plenty of times. Another reason why would you want to open your seams and risk burning your fingers? Only do it when necessary. This is necessary because of all the points coming together in the middle. And open. Open sesame. Open sesame. It's the magic word, so you gotta work, right? Right. Very good. And then flip her over, give her one more press, right? Now, oh, my other one's up there. Ready? Ooh, give yourself a pat on the back. It's coming together, right? And we need this other guy. So, everybody's trimmed up there good, right? And you're going to put this on top of this. And you're going to do exactly as before. You're going to mesh your seams together. Okay? The only difference is when you get to the middle, right here, when you get to the middle, you're not cutting off that point there. You're not going to trim this point, just leave that so it stays nice and flat for you. Okay? Now, promise me you're not going to jump ahead and just sew them together, because the next step is actually quite a bit different. And this is how you're going to match that center point up, okay? I'm going to sew this together and iron it open, and when I have that done, I will meet you back here after we get stuff put together. Alright, seams pressed open. You set your seam, you pressed it open, you didn't trim the middle guy. Here's a question. I know I haven't said it in this video, and this is something I preach huge. Did you let your seams cool? Because, why? Fabric has a memory of the last place it was cooled. Do you have a 1/4 inch on that point? It's very difficult for you to see it because of the color of my fabric. There should be a 1/4 inch from this point to the edge of your fabric where where your tips are coming together. When you pin this guy, I wanted to tell you this. Start from here. Start from the middle. That is the here. This is also a good place to use a marking pen if you like. Let's see if I made it through the tippy tip. Just exactly what I wanted to do. You go through the tippy tip, go through the tippy tip. You should be in the center. Leave that as a stay, like everything else, like we've done. Pin on either side. Okay? This one I pinned pretty dang close because that is a lot of layers there. This one's going to be maybe a little bit tough if you don't have one of those fancy machines that changes the adjustment. My machine's already always done pretty fine, okay? Alright, so go from one end to the other. These are going to lock to the flappy flaps to the outside. Hopefully I wasn't just doing that. I'm going to recap just quick. Stay pin in the very center. Match. I wasn't paying attention to see if it was catching in the camera. And then from that tippy point to that tippy point, put that in there. Like I said, you can use your marking utensils to make sure you're hitting that. Don't if you're a beginner, I highly recommend it. Don't just cross your fingers and guess and go on a whim and a prayer. Also, the other thing you want to do is bring your two ends together before you get all the way there. Oh, a little house cleaning to do. Always clip, don't pull your threads, or you're going to start a fraying issue, okay? That's another tip I have for you. Yeah, I'll say till I'm blue in the face that fabric has memory. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me explain it the simple way. You left clothes in the dryer, never took them out. When you take them out the next day, are they wrinkly or are they nice? Usually they're wrinkly. So, fabric has a memory of the last place it was cooled. Oh, quite kind of missed that one. See, it's helpful to have those. Don't poke yourself. And here's another tip. If you do poke yourself and bleed on the quilt, and you're working on somebody else's quilt, use your spit. Suck on that quilt. I kid you not, your own protein will get that out. It's not a joke. Just make sure you weren't eating chocolate first, or you're going to stain your quilt with, now you're going to have chocolate and blood. So if you've been eating M&Ms while you're quilting, or I like Whoppers, yeah, or a candy bar, yeah, don't suck on your quilt. But that's a really old school trick. If you bleed on your quilt, suck on it, and your own spit will get out your own blood. I mean, nobody wants to suck on anybody else's blood these days anyway, right? That sounds pretty disgusting. Look, see, right there. Yep, so, and this is going to be exactly the same, except for we're not going to start at the end for quilting. We are not. We're going to start somewhere in the middle approximately. Okay, so finish pinning, because I'm sure you're tired of hearing my gory stories, but it's a true quilting tip, and I didn't mean to gross anybody out. If I did, I apologize. But it's the truth. Yeah, so finish pinning your other side. Remember to match up your end, and then go from the middle outward. Match up your end, and go from the middle out. Like I said, this is a time do this when you need something to do to relax. Not, you're going to hurry up and make this quilt as a gift for somebody. Okay? Do it when this is, I'm in a groove, I'm in a mojo, nobody's going to bother me. I'm going to take my time at this, especially if it's your very first one. Everybody wants to hurry up and do something cool, right? But is it really worth it? Not so much. And if you don't care what your points look like, then go for it. If you just want to make one, that's on you. You go right ahead. I'm not telling you not to. But these are my pointers for making it's called by many names. It's called a lone star. It's called a morning star. Some people call it a Lemoyne star, when in fact it's not. The Native Americans call it a morning star. Texans, I believe, call it a lone star. Even though they have a different kind of a lone star. Maybe it's just in the South. I don't know. A lot of people call it a lone star quilt. You call it what you would like. My quilt is going to be... Oh, you have to have a name for your quilt. If you, that's something else. Well, when you label your quilt, it should have a name. So I like to think of mine sometimes as I go. Sometimes it doesn't come to me until I'm done. But I'm pretty sure I'm naming this one A Garden's Dream. Just because that's what came to me when I staged my background fabric up on my half of star. Look, I said I was going to come back, and here I am still showing you guys that this takes time. Oh, I didn't do that right. Yeah, it takes some time, and it's okay. It really is. If you don't like it, like I said, skip forward. I'm okay if you don't want to listen to me yap. I don't take offense easily to nothing. Constructive criticism is always welcome. And you might have your own ideas or tips if this is somebody watching who has done this, and that's okay too. There is no wrong or right way, though. There really isn't. This is how I do it, how I get my points pretty perfectly imperfect. Okay, sewing machine, here we come. Find the center of your quilt. Pretty easy with those open seams. I'm going to kind of tilt that guy in a little bit, some way. Start up about somewhere in the center of this diamond here. Make sure it's as flat as you can get it. I'm going to start, I got to go needle up, pull my thread catcher out of the way. This is the only place we back tack. I got to push that pin out a little bit. Line it up. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. That guy's in the way. Lock that stitch. That's why you back tack. And we go forward. I always go very, very slow, very gently over this. And the reason I'm holding in the back is because I'm on the printer and all that weight is hanging down there. I need to keep my quilt going straight for the weight. I've learned to adapt. You learn to adapt and overcome. If you need to do something and you want to do it, you just find different ways to do it. If I sit too long, I can't get up. Alright. I'm going to pull this guy out. Notice this pin. I think you can see the head of that pin there. See him? There he is. We're just going to go slow, real slow, stitch by stitch. We're going to pick the presser foot up because this edge was catching. I'm going to take this guy out now. Make sure everything's... I get caught on the printer with the pins sometimes too. Don't get caught on whatever's below you, because generally my hand is down here kind of lifting things. But right now it'll get caught on the printer down there if the pins are sticking out the wrong way. Keep going. Now remember, we have this edge too, so be very careful. Make sure that gets under your presser foot just right. You're going through a lot of material here. Ta-da! And then we're going to sew all the way down to the edge. Here we go. Get up there. Get up there. Keep the weight up. You don't want the weight so much hanging. Keep it up one way or another. And away we go. And away we go. Alright. Getting warm. At a certain time of night, I swear my house just gets really warm. Make sure that bottom one is going forward. Again, that's a lock. That should have been a lock. Alright. My hand is not pushing, it's not pulling. It's only there to guide and keep the weight up. See how this guy is sticking out there? That's what I'm talking about. Make sure your seams are laying in the proper direction before it gets to the presser foot. Otherwise it's kind of a pain. My holding pin. And that's a locking stitch, or a locking seam, so I'm okay with pulling it out because everything's laying okay. It's just a reminder for me to check that pin for me, or not check the pin, but check the seam, the under seam. We're almost to the end, and notice once again we didn't start a 1/4 inch in. We didn't, mark anything off here as far as where to start and stop. We're sewing from one end to the other. 1 or 2 more stitches. Okay, that feels good. We're almost there. Ta-da! Dun, ta-da! We're still recording. It's good. And all the way off this edge. See, most people would have you stop at that little 1/4 inch mark that would end up like right about there. We're sewing all the way off after I straighten this up just a tishy bit. Okay, there we go. All the way off. Right? Okay. Okie dokie pokey. Up. Off. Let's trim that off. Ta-da. Give me this guy. I'm just cutting my thread catcher. Just easier for me to hold on with my fingers if I put this guy under here. Ta-da. And then we're going to flip it around. And your pins are going to be upside down, and that's okay. You'll get used to it. And we're going to do the same thing from this side. We're going to start somewhere up here, do a couple back tacks. And then proceed. And we're going to take it kind of slow still, just because it's a lot of layers. Back tacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good enough. Some people say it's 1 or 2, but I find that first one doesn't really seem to count. Okay, so I'm catching, lift. stay pin. And like I said, these are locking seams. Just make sure when you get closer that the bottom seam allowance is facing in the right direction. Keep your weight up. Again, just all these little reminders. Whatever it takes. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't right. Don't be afraid of it. Just let it do its thing. The machine's still doing all the work. You're just guiding the fabric. Take that pin out to actually feel if that's nested in there. Nested, locked. Are you getting excited? Are you getting excited? We're almost there. One more. Just over one more. We're still filming. I was so sad when I was cutting and I found out it, because remember I wasn't sure if I'd have enough. It was like just enough. Just enough. So know that like 3.5 inch strips are just enough if you get it set and that takes a while to learn too, to get the offset of starting your strip sets right. It took me a while. I'm like, oh, it's no big deal, because I always had extra at the end. It didn't matter, but 3.5 inches, yeah, that's pushing the limit. All right, all the way off the edge. All the way off the edge. Ta-da! I get so excited, and I just can't hide it. Who's this? I'm going to put him down here in a second. Hang on. Threads are getting, or cords are getting hot. I'm about to lose control. Think I like it. Alright, real time. Real time. You're going to see if I have to rip or not. It's not a quilt until you rip. Right? You're going to do the same thing. You're going to set this seam, you're going to set it, and you're going to press this guy open. But first you got to peek, because I think it's easier to rip if you haven't set your seam. One. Ugh. Ooh, pretty. Pretty. I have a thread sticking out there. Oh gosh, I don't know if you guys can see this middle. It is dead on. I got a thread there. It's always the exciting part. And the reason you want... I got a crimp there. Why do I have a crimp there? But my point is good. So the reason you want to let this cool, when you come to the middle, this is the hardest part of the whole star. When you press it open and get it pressed, this is the part you kind of have to press into submission a little bit. I don't suggest a lot of steam at all. I always do dry iron. You've seen me, I didn't even use my mister, because you know, if anybody knows me, I use my mister that fell down back here. That's my steam. I didn't do that on anything. As I was saying, I don't use the steam because it can skew. I think my camera actually shut off that time. That was, you know, another one of those magic moments of my camera shutting off. Apparently the quilt was too hot for it. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Just going over these again, because it's been played with. I should probably have it open, but It's all good. Press it a couple times. It can still definitely skew. You can see a little bit of ripple in here. Maybe right here there's a little ripple. I'll be okay with it. So we're going to open this up. Open this up. Flip it over. We're going to press that guy open. This is another one. I have a new cover, but I always throw it on there when I'm using white. It just, over time, the starch and all the things. There's a pin in here. Alright, all the starch and things like to stain it up. Whatever. So this is going to help your quilt lie really nice and flat. You gotta open this guy up. Again, be careful. Be really careful. Take your time. Use the tip of your iron if you have a bigger iron. You still want to keep all your seams going in the right direction. If you were to slide your iron, you could open them, move them the other direction. I think the hardest part is when you come to the intersections. And like anything, with practice, you'll get really, really good at this. These are my passion, these quilts. Why do you look like you're going to be funky on me? Because it does, doesn't it? You see that pucker in there? Well, we'll see what's going to happen. We'll see what's going to happen. Open sesame. Keep going. Keep going. No. I talk a lot sometimes, I'm sorry. Sort of. But I was thinking about that too. Usually when I'm talking, I'm trying to give you tips and things. Or I'm just rambling. That's where we ended up with the red thread ending there. This is the hardest part to open. I kind of pull it a little bit. It's been a while since I've done a star quilt. And if I'm not filming, I can generally get through them fairly quickly. I feel like there's a bump there, like that doesn't even feel proper. Oh, that's where my back tack is, that's why. Because you get a little thread buildup from the back tack. Go all the way up to that middle seam, find it and get her open. Takes a little finessing or finagling, or there we go. Smush her down, get the iron on it. And finish opening. Almost there. Almost there. That's where you know, the press to submission comes in, is press her down. And you're going to have some pucker, but the quilting will definitely take that out. Oh, we needed the scissors for that thread. Again, trim. Don't pull. Cut, don't pull. Yeah, I see a pucker there. I might have to give it a little starch or a little steam. To work it out. Let's get some steam. What you doing there, Blue Blue? Oh, you're playing with the tennis ball. You play bounce ball? This will reactivate the starch. I've already got the starch in there. There we go. There we go. Go from the middle outward. More from the middle out. Da, da. If you're working with a poly cotton and your iron is too hot, your fabric will wrinkle when you do this, and it is a permanent wrinkle because it's a poly cotton, which means it's going to melt. Okay? You're good. You're good. Almost there. Almost there. You see how that's flattening out? There's still a little bit of a crinkle there. And like I said, a little bit's okay. Don't try to overpress because you will get these weird wrinkles in here. And yeah, I used to sit there and push it down really hard. I only do that from the back side, but that's pretty darn flat. I'm okay with this. I know that on my long arm I can get that out. Ta-da! What do you think? Are we following along? If you guys have questions or whatever, don't be afraid to say so. Got a little bit of a crinkle in there. I'm not going to see it. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. It's still damp though. Now I'm going to let this cool before I move it, and then we'll cut some inset triangles and squares. I think it's really important to let this cool because if I don't, it's just going to come right back again, if that makes any sense. Alright, this is how flat I got mine after I picked it up, after it was cooled. There's still a couple little bumples in there, but you gotta remember, there's batting going under that. If you're going to quilt a quilt like this on your domestic machine, or maybe you just got a long arm, remember how I was just ironing from the center out? You definitely, even if you based really, really well, you want to start from the center and work out to keep everything going outward. Otherwise, you get these like, blah, and you don't want that. You don't want that. Alright, so, in the beginning, and I did not grab a piece of paper. How rude of me to be not prepared. We said, what was that measurement on for mine? It was 16.968 or some weird goofy thing like that, correct? I'm grabbing paper. Now, I also need a pin or 3 or 10 or whatever. Choose which is going to be your bottom leg, okay? So we'll say this is, this will be an inset triangle, okay? Inset triangle. I'm sticking a pin here. And I'm doing this because this is just a reminder. This is a reminder of where I start. Come on. Pin. You're right, Blue. That was just Mama pounding on the table. You're right. Don't touch my quilt, doggy. Yeah, while he walks by the table, he touches everything. And he's kind of in shed mode because, you know, we're warm, cold right now here in Minnesota. You can use your quilt board if you so choose. Because this should line up pretty dang square. And my legs aren't even. Like if I go on that 18-inch line right there, right? And I'm on the far edge there and I'm following this line. Yeah. And it's going to happen. And that's why you need to measure every single leg. It's not perfectly square. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. Regular ruler, doesn't matter. You do want to come in a 1/4 inch. Hopefully you can see. You want to come a 1/4 inch in to that leg. So put your ruler up to there. And then measure all the way out to the point. That says 18 inches. So, leg 1, for the squares, I just make a little square shape. Okay. And then, 1 is 18. And then 2... Are you kidding me? There's no way. No way. Okay, I lied. Go in. Wait. Go in that 1/4 inch. It is 17. No, I'm looking. It's like, it's just at 18. Gotta make sure that's at the point. Come in. And this one is only at 17 1/4. Do you see why I told you not to cut anything? This is exactly why. Okay. We slide everything down and make sure we're still recording. Triangles. We also have to measure those. I believe they were going to be 25. This ruler is not going to work. I could go to the other room and get my 3-footer, or I can grab this magnetic guy. And you just want to try to have it square so you can see what's happening. Ta-da! We are at 24 1/2. Make a triangle. 24 1/2. Okay, and then we keep measuring around like that. Keep going and keep going. Next. So don't freak out when your legs aren't the same. It has to do with your sewing. It has to do with ironing. It has to do with your seams, your cutting, everything. This one comes out to 7 5/8, or 17 5/8. Ta-da! Like, yeah. 17 5/8. Write that down. And the next one. None of them come out the same. I guarantee it. I've been doing these for years. I've never had one where they all come out. Oh, it's perfect. It isn't about it being perfect. It's about how you can hide your mistakes. I know that sounds crazy, but it's just like a carpenter. A carpenter has mistakes all the time, and it's just about how they can hide the mistakes. This one is 17 1/2. Look at that. Everything from 17 1/4 up to 18 inches. Oh, the next. Do that right? See, losing track. that was that one. We did that. We did that. I need both of these. You should have 2 measurements for each corner. It's just we need to find what the largest one is. That is the most important. This one is 17 and a half. Okay, that was 17 and a half, and this one was what? This one is 17 and 3/8. So that's 1 square, this is 2 squares, and then our next diamond. I feel like it's not long enough. I gotta make sure it's laying properly. It's 24 inches and it says no. Come on. This is 24 3/4. 24 3/4. Don't mind my chicken scratch. So we're going to do that all the way around and find the largest of the largest numbers, okay? I'm going to let the battery cool off so it doesn't shut off on its own, and I will be back after I measure everything. Alright, so I measured and I measured again. Sometimes I measure 2 or 3 times just because I like to make sure. The second time on my 25, on my 25 1/4, I got 25. But I'm going to stick with the 25 1/4. I'm going to add an inch to that. So that comes out to be 26 and a half. That's going to be 26 and a half for my set-in triangles. Now, remember we talked about this. We need 26 inches here on the outside. It's got to be a 1/4 square triangle. Not that you can even see what I'm doing because I'm not paying attention. It's getting late and I really want you guys to have this. But you'll see what I'm doing otherwise too. And then 17 3/4 was my biggest number on here. So 18 3/4 minimum on my squares. And this is where the market has us. Alright, so for the background, yeah, this was pre-cuts, but I really want to use this. That middle McNasty wrinkle, get that ironed out first so you could get a nice good measurement. Let's re-square this guy up. I'll show you how to do the triangles first, how I do them. Ta-da, 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 ta-da. Get up there. We're going to make sure this is good. And because our selvage is lined up, we actually got a good cut on this one. This is not all wrinkly. We got a nice cut. So, first things first, trim off an end. I'm going to flip it over because I like this toward me. Line that up on one edge. And I'm just going to trim off a skimpy bit. I also dug out my 3-foot ruler because that will come in handy, maybe. Ha! We need a cutter. A rotary cutter. Need to make jingles for all the tools. Line that guy up. I can skimp it down a little bit more. This is on the line still. We're good there. And we're going to trim off the littlest bit. and get this good and squared up. Alright, that's done. Now, I have to trim. You can go back over here. I'm done with you. You can go over here. I have to trim a selvage off. And this is just like literally just a whole entire yard. 3-foot ruler. It's a Olipfa. I've never been able to say that. It's got the little lippy edge on it. We know that edge is square, so let's line that guy up. And I gotta pull this all toward me because I'm not gonna be able to reach. This is where I'd love to have a really, really, really big cutting ruler like this. Doesn't even want to go all the way down to the end. And I'm not looking for a specific number. I am just looking to cut off the selvage. And because this goes nice and straight. What are you doing, Zach? I'm trying to film and you're making rude noises at the dog. I'm sure it picked it up too. Alright, stretch, stretch. Stretch, stretch. Okay. Selvage is cut. Now we needed 26 3/4, I believe. I'm going to mark 27. Only because we're not putting a round hole or a square peg in a round hole. I want 27 inches right here. Come on. Give me a little something something. Right. We're on. Now, this is how I do it. This is how I've done it for a long time, just because I don't know of a better way. Haven't thought of a better way. This is what works for me. Sit, baby, sit. Nope, doesn't want to stay there. There we go. Alright, here's our mark. Correct? I'm making a square. We're going to make a square over here, like so. And yes, it's extra big, but think about this, okay? Would you rather it be large and trim a little bit off versus having to rip out? And like I was telling Kay earlier, ripping out things on the bias, your fabric starts skewing pretty good. It's weak, it stretches, and you have to be really extra careful if you have to rip. Right? You can hand press, finger press. Truth be told, there's no starch in this. I'm going to take my extra long ruler or a tape measure, double check that we have 27 inches. It's pretty close. It's like 27 and this is the other reason, because it's never absolutely perfect. 27 and 7/8 there. Let's check this side. I'm going to run into the camera probably. No, I might be alright. And we're at just over 27, so I can pull this back a little bit. I want to try to get it as close as possible. This is the little fuss bucket things. Alright, so we have that, right? Now, I usually press this. I'm going to press this. Where's my iron? Just doesn't have to be a heavy press like that center crease. I just want something that's going to stay, and because I didn't use starch, that's why I'm putting just giving it some heat so it stays there. We're going to put our cutting mat back up. Oh, come on, let go. Let go. We still have our square there, right? Oh, this is the 40 way. I'm going to cut it the other way first. Yeah, that was like the 42. So we're going to cut this side off first. Make life a little easier. Do you see why I pressed it? Because we're flipping it around. Get in there. Everybody loves star quilts. I showed my dad earlier today what I was working on, and I'm not generally a flower person, and neither is he, especially when it comes to quilts, because he's a guy, but he absolutely thought it was amazing. He gets excited about stuff. My dad is not a big sewer, but he was always the one, hey, look at this fabric, and look at this fabric, and there was a mill end. We used to do a lot of sewing for the kids and for ourselves, and it's like, this has got to go in the basket, and you're making me some Zubas, and stuff like that, you know, or I want sweats out of this, and the kids are getting stuff out of that, and it's pretty amazing. Alright, so we got rid of this. So what do y'all think about the whole Joanne's stupid thing? And then, you know, of course, Walmart getting rid of everything that's, you know, yardage, actually. I think it's stupid. So that's where the retailers have us on these pre-cuts, because especially on the next cut, it's really stupid. I have to use more fabric than I normally would because of the size I need to cut. If I had yardage, I could, you know, just get like 1.25 yards and I'd be fine, but no. So, just kind of trying to get this lined up here. Alright. Now we have our triangle, right? Very good. This has to get made into a 1/4 square triangle. We already have a 1/2 square triangle here, right? This is the fold. Fold her over again. You can even press this too, which is more advisable, but see how it doesn't always press this corner. See how it's kind of squared off? That's why I go a little bit over even, as you know, go a little bit over, because if I try to match that up, then it doesn't match on this side. You see that right there? I would rather match it up here. I'm going to flip it over. Yeah, you just, what are you doing to me here, triangle? We need to make sure these are equal. That's 19. That's at 19. And is it? Almost at 27. I could press this, but I think I have a good enough crease in there to find out where that middle is. That's the important part, because you can use that tip up there, this tip, and then this little crease. Not the camera is probably going to see that, but you will see it. I like to put my tip and my crease on a line, as silly as that sounds. That's just the way I do it. I generally don't use the lines too much on the mat. I should be using my shorter ruler. And here's one cut. I think I missed the end. I didn't get a vroom vroom. Vroom 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 vroom. Okay. Open this guy up. Open this guy up. And I'm going to leave it face down because I think it's easier to cut with the crease downward. I'm going to line that up. Cut that. This is a directional fabric, but it works out because I'm making 4 cuts and it will all fit into the puzzle. Oh, don't slide. 1/4 square, 2/4 square. You getting excited to do that Y seam? It's easy. It's so easy. Alright, and then we cut this guy. Put it on the line it up there. Here we go. Alright. And cut. Ta-da. 4/4 square triangles. Just like that. And they're big, but they were oversized, and they work. So this will be the bottom one. And this will be the right. And this one is the left. Get in there. Because it's directional. If you have a solid fabric, you don't have to worry about it. And if you have a directional fabric that you want to use like I do, then that's how it'll go. It goes back together just the way it came apart. Ta-da! Alright, pause and on to the next step. Alright, so I already lined up this fabric. There was a little bit of skew in the bolt here. Like I said, you want your fold to lay nice and straight. You shouldn't have weird wrinkles in it. And sometimes, because when it's on the big machine, it gets a little wonky, and that's okay. Let's see, what else? Oh, I gotta move this stuff out of the way, because this ruler won't fit otherwise. Yeah, I said Walmart fabric for anybody that's putting their nose up. And I'm going to show you the back of my quilt again. Some people say, don't buy from here, don't buy from there, because, you know, they got crappy stuff. I've seen some crappy stuff at Joann's. I've seen crappy stuff at a quilt store that frays super bad. I put some starch on here, and I haven't had to do really much house cleaning other than that light green. And truth be told, that was Hobby Lobby fabric. I've seen a lot of people say don't buy fabric from there. You buy what you feel like buying, okay? If something looks pretty and you want to use it, you buy it. Because, like for me right now, I don't have the luxury of going to a fabric store. Our income was drastically cut with my husband's stroke. And so I have to dig out of my bin, and every now and again I kind of can buy some fabric, but I really can't. We're paying our medical out of pocket and all that crazy stuff, and I'm sure, you know, everybody else has life stories. If you can afford to go to the quilt store, go for it. I mean, it's nice to go in there. They have beautiful fabrics. But you buy what you need to buy to do your sewing, okay? Don't let anybody tell you you shouldn't buy this or you shouldn't buy that. Heck, go to the thrift store and buy shirts and cut them up if you need to quilt and you don't have money. That's, like, seriously, that is a thing. It's a totally legit thing. Alright, we need 18.5 inches. Enough about my poor sap story. I want to do videos for you guys, but I have to use what I got. Okay, that's what I'm saying. And if you don't like me using Walmart fabric, then don't watch my video. It's not going to hurt my feelings. I don't get paid to do videos. I just do them because I want to share. I want to share what I know. Alright, so 18 3/4, right? And the other points came up at 19, so I'm just going to go 19 inches. That makes the most sense to me. And the light stand is in the way. We'll just do this and shift it, right? We'll just shift it around. And we'll lock that in so we're nice and square up. This is called the 2 ruler method. I don't know if anybody's ever seen this, but I started out using the 2 ruler method a lot, quite a lot. Make sure it's straight. This is the Olipha. Olipha. Again, not sponsored by anything or anybody or affiliated. Just my tools. 3-foot ruler though. I didn't think when I bought it. I bought it specifically for helping cut batting or marking batting because it was a nice straight edge. And cut. Pardon me, I need some water. But I use it quite a bit actually. Alright, I think I got it this time. There we go. And unfortunately, I don't have... I double cut too, just so you know. I cut two yardages. And we only have, you know, 16 and 3/4 inches there, so that's why I had to get extra. But this will not go to waste. Alright. And then we're going to trim this guy up. We're going to trim this guy. Ta-da! Move that ruler. Oh, you stay put. You got to make sure you're getting all your salvages in here. That's a little over, and that one was really good. I want to make sure I get that bottom one. We're going to go a little bit. Good. We're good. Yeah, just buy what pleases you. Buy what you can afford. I'm just happy that you're sewing. You know, I'm happy you're learning. You're my quilting buddies. I need quilting buddies. Quilting's more fun with friends, yes? Anybody disagree? Alright, so then we need the 19 this way. Turn this way. We're going to go to 19. 19 there. And then we're going to lock this in here. 19. Perfect. So you can fit a square. This is a big square. I can fit it into anything. It's pretty cool. We still recording? Okay. Good? We're good. All right. Now, let me put this over yonder. You stay. You stay. You move. And let's get the quilt back. Did you see how much fraying there is not on the back of my quilt? Walmart and Hobby Lobby fabric, but people say it's no good. You see a couple, like right here, this is off of that light green. There's a little thread, but not much house cleaning that needs to be done, and I'm perfectly happy with it. Oh, here's a big thread. Clean house as you go, especially with your white fabrics. And remember to cut, don't pull. But I'm not going to waste time showing you how to cut thread, because I'm sure you know how. If you went to kindergarten, I think you know how to use the scissors. Alright, now how are we going to put these bad boys in? You say, right? I usually do the triangles first, so let's start with those. I'm going to pause so the Alright, so now I have my background fabric and my triangle, my inset triangle, inset square. Truth be told, of a story long ago, I used to do the little split there and left that open. I would even do back tacks there because, you know, it's weak. It's a weak seam if you leave that. Alright, where's this guy coming from? But years ago I saw a thing from Kay, her name is Kay Wood, that's where I learned this from. Gives it credit where credit is due, right? And this is how she does things. Normally, you're thinking you're going to go like this, and you're going to do some pinning here, and oh, this was the other thing I was going to show you. Alright, so come on. This here, see how I have quite a bit of extra there? My points aren't going to get cut off. There's going to be more than a 1/4 inch there to trim, and I would rather trim there, whether it's a 1/2 inch, inch and a half off, than rip, because this is bias. See how that's really stretchy? I don't want to tug too much on it. So normally a person would want to sew like this and sew this on here. However, I'm going to hang on to this. We're going to flip. Okay. And I'm starting on the wrong side. I got to do this again. See? Real life struggles. Honestly. You always want to start from the left side of these. So you want to start on this side. So let's flip her back over. And this is so you make sure you're putting in the right I don't know, are these called legs, arms? I don't know. Feet. I honestly can't think of it right now. My brain is dead. So I flipped it over that way because that's the way we want to sew it in. I want to make sure there's a 1/4 inch over. So you're going to have a 1/4 inch between this leg and the edge of your fabric. See if I can bring that in just a tad bit closer so you can maybe get a view of it. I'm just like about a 1/4 inch over. You can even put a pin in there to help hold, but we'll check that when I get to the sewing machine. So we're going to fix all this. Fix all this. Did I still put it on the wrong side? What in the jinky jinkies? No, it's right here. Right? Yep. We're gonna start from this side. I put a few pins in just to make sure, because all this flip-flopping and jalopy stuff, it's crazy, right? I found a pin. I found a pin in the quilt. It stuck my hand. Gotta make sure I'm not gonna bleed on the quilt. Was talking about that. You're gonna bleed, and make sure you're gonna bleed and not bleed on your quilt. Alright, we're good. It was just a minor stab. So what happens, we're not gonna line up at this point here. Oh, wrong hand. Wrong camera view. We're not gonna line up at this point. We need to line up at the center point here. That's why I said stick a pin. And so what our marker is, why we don't have to mark this, is because this 1/4 inch seam here, that's going to be our pivot point. We're going to stop with our needle down in that position, right in that mark. And as you're sewing out, or you're already sewing a 1/4 inch seam, you're coming down here and you're stopping in your already marked seam allowance, okay? So where did I put the pins? Not the one that flew on the floor because it stabbed me in the hand. Da, 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 da. The struggles of quilting are real. Yeah, so when I flip it over, I'm going to start at that top point. And that top point, it's all backwards. It's all backwards. So let me grab a pin. Let me grab a pin. Let me grab a pin. Pin. There's our dish of pins. I know it's late. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I should be in bed sleeping. We don't have therapies tomorrow, but tomorrow's gym day. So we're going to go to the gym. And like I said, with all the interruptions with, you know, mom stuff and my dad, and I have to leave that phone line open. 1/4 inch. Not sure of it. Grab a ruler wherever. I just had a little guy. Here's a little guy. I can eyeball it now, but you might just want to throw a ruler up there, throw a ruler right here, 1/4 inch line, right there. Line up so your 1/4 inch is on the edge there. Put this corner there. And line her up down this way. And put a pin or two in. And they're going to be backwards because this is going to be your bottom. And we're still recording good. Put a few pins in. Yep, we go off probably about 1.5 inches, and I'm okay with that. Don't stretch nothing. This is bias, and so are the legs of your star. Where did that come from? Huh. Puppy fuzz happens. Alright. And up near my point. So that's all I pin. About 3 pins. So that way and you can even do this guy. So this is important to keep him out of your way for now. So maybe pin him down here. You don't know how many times I have sewn and this has gotten caught in, yeah, struggles of quilting can be real again. So keep this out of your way. Manage your fabric. Flip it over. Double check, make sure everything looks good. Yep, we're on the left side. We're going to sew down, pivot, and sew up that leg. Alrighty then. I got you where I want you. I think. Now, my sewing machine is down on the table this time because there's a lot of weight on the quilt. I don't want it pulling. So, that's where I'm at this time. I need to build me a really big platform that's up top. Again, I'm starting with a leader because I'm starting with a point. Right? Pardon my reach. I need my pin thing. I just banged the camera. I apologize. Okay. Taking a look. I don't need to start way out at that tip. But it can be helpful, for sure. Start a little ways off of your tip, but try to get this one in there. And line, not out here. Keep your 1/4 inch where you always keep your 1/4 inch. And all the weight of the quilt, oh, you can't see it. It's all sitting on the table here, so that I don't have to pull or stretch or skew anything. You can put more pins in if you like, when you're pinning. And offward to the races, right? Still don't sew like a maniac here. You want to keep this really good. Keep an eye on the under fabric to make sure you're lined up. Make sure your seam allowances are properly going under your foot. This is really strange standing and trying to get this angle in without blocking anything. Okay, a little more. Oh, I gotta straighten this over. Always adjust. Take time to adjust. Especially the heavier it gets, the more it's gonna want to tug and pull. This corner, or these corners, all the corners that we're getting to, the Y seam is just as important as those as our points. This can make or break your quilt. It can leave you massive ugly puckers. Trust me, I don't know how I know this, because you know when I first started doing these, you'll get better, and most of the time they can get worked out. Okay, we're coming, we're getting there. Just making sure that's staying tucked under. Put my thumb on top of it just kind of as like a pin hold, if that makes any sense. This guy's going to kind of want to try to be in the way, this leg, so keep him out, but don't be pulling him around. Just kind of make sure that point is not under there. Make sure nothing else is under this area. Okay. So we're going to sew straight up to that line. And I know with the foot I have on, it's going to be a little bit difficult to see. I want a pin. I want a pin. It is better to stop a thread short than go a thread over. I'm telling you this from experience. I want one more. So I'm going to go up and down. Alright. This is where you got to take out your pins. We're still recording. Okay, still recording. Take out your pins. We took most of them out, but we had these keeper pins in, right? The safety pins. So we didn't get all messed up. Where are they? I think we put 3 in. That's 2. Are we free? Be free, cheesy bread. Okay, we are free. So now you're going to move everything, whoops, sorry, I'm moving everything to the left and forward, left and forward. See if I can get my hand under here. Left and forward, that we're making that pivot point. And the triangle that's underneath, let me pick this up so I can show you. This is coming this way. The next leg is coming towards you, so we're straightening that out. Okay. This will line up. You gotta kind of work this a little bit because right now we're not quite right. This will all fall into a proper place. It's not there yet. Because this is a big crinkle and that's going to leave me a mess. Boom, 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 boom. Take your time at this. You want it to lay beautifully, okay? And it takes a little, you know, finesse. It's not necessarily easy. You got all this bulk back here. And am I happy with it yet? No. Not quite yet. I think I am now, though. Let's lay this guy down. Do you see how, like, my 1/4 inch edge is right there? I know you're on the wrong side, but it turned. This is flat. There's nothing caught underneath. You might want to put, carefully without stretching, a little pin or two in, because this is the funky part right there. Until you get a couple stitches in there. Just something to help hold it in place. No stretching, no stretching. Gentle hands. Gentle hands. And we're going to line that up all the way down. We're still recording. Very good. It's probably going to shut off just before I have the big reveal, just, you know, as per usual. We'll see. We'll see. I'm okay with that. This right here. Ta-da. Alright, away we go. You gotta kind of guide it out of that corner. Just the tiniest bit. Guide it out of the corner. Keep your weight going forward. This one's not quite right. It's just a bit too much there. Too much slack. So adjust as needed. I feel like a contortionist right now. The way I'm standing, it's kind of funny. And ta-da. Alright. Cut, cut. Cut, cut, cut. And move the machine. Move the machine. Are we ready? Are we still rolling? Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. when you iron your corners in, when you iron your seams, are going to go outward, or not outward. They're going to go to the square. All the seams go to the squares or to the triangles. They go that way. And once you press that, that's going to look so pretty. All right, let's get some more stuff in, huh? I'm so excited. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Ta-da. Is it even showing you the whole thing on the camera? Kind of, but not really. And then after you get it pressed, it'll lay beautifully. Now that your triangles are in and pressed, I pressed all the way out to the tips on these right here. All the way out. Let's talk about our squares. They're called inset squares. It's basically just the same. I'm going to make sure my fabric goes in the right direction. So if you put it kind of at the V, just like you wear your things, you'll know which way to put this. So I'm going to go flip it to the right. Maybe flip it onto the right side first. Bum, bum, bum. Get a couple pins in here. And be careful here. I still use the smaller seam, or the stitch length, so that these don't pop open. It's kind of a crazy, they get pulled quite a bit. So the smaller the stitch, the more stable it will be. And let's put a couple pins in there. You can't even see. How about that? So again, I have this lined up about 1/4 inch to the side. A little more is okay too. Like, it's easier to turn if you have just the tissue bit more. Let's say, what would that be? 1/4. Not quite a 1/2 inch. I don't think so. I don't think it's quite a 1/2 inch. I don't know where my ruler is. Here it is. I just know by my eyeball what works better. Let me give you a measurement here. It's more like 3/8. 3/8 is just a tad bit better. I find it just turns easier. This point right here, this little very tip, it's kind of a pain in the neck when it comes to that turning, because you can't see it. So you have to go through, and I gotta turn this so I can see it my direction. I want to be able to see the underside. I could trim that, but it'll be alright. There's a little ear sticking out. You don't want to trim your ears on your triangles. You want to let them sit. Keep everything as flat as you can. That will also help. As it gets bigger, I know it's tougher, but... And if we come out here, that will be helpful. Ta-da! Are we in the right spot yet? So, I was talking to my son about a whole battery issue. And, that's not enough. He was kind enough to get me some new battery packs, thinking that the one that I have here in the camera is just old and wearing out. It's not just a battery, it's a power adapter. I'd almost be better off using my batteries, but I only have one charger, so it doesn't matter. You get them all charged up, and they take like 4 hours to charge. So then he got me a multi-battery charger too, so we'll have 2 different variations to go. Am I still on here? You're going to sew this just like the triangles. And all the way down to the end. All the way to the end. Let's see. Can you see where this crisscrosses? All the way to the end. It's okay that you have that big ear. It's just fine. We'll take care of that later. Alright, let's sew this. Alright, we're gonna try to see from the right side today, so you can see what it looks like. This point here, you can draw a line if you want to. I just need to go here. Pull this out, that can go up. I gotta try to keep my hand out of the way. I'm just setting up and it'll be out of your way. Basically what I've done is line up with the purple tip there. Just pulled it backwards. Gotta make sure my threads are back where they need to be so they don't get snagged. Needle down. I'm not on the printer today because there's so much weight. I think I might have said that when I was doing the triangles, but just in case I didn't. Just in case. And my hand is under the fabric like so, just kind of keeping an eye on it. My foot pedals are not in the right spot. Here we go. Okay. Ready, set, go. Just be mindful of your back, that it's, you know, not doing what that's doing. I should have put more pins in, and I didn't. I picked up my foot so I could put that little tip of the next corner in. I'm not fighting it. Pull the pin out. Peek at the back. Said this is not speed demon sewing. You want to definitely make sure everything's lining up here. You can get pretty good ripples in your quilt on this one if you're not working on a really nice straight seam. Why are you not open? You're supposed to be pressed open. Okay, remember this is a 45-degree angle here. I just kind of put this edge up so I'm not stretching this point. You'll see one of my other tricks that I like to do. Some of you may not like this idea. Put my pin, see if I can do it. I don't know if I can do this left-handed. I put my pin right in my seam allowance there. You know, like in the center of the seam allowance, lined up with the line that is going to my needle. I have to do this right-handed. Give me a turn, maybe you can see it. Let's turn it out just a tad more. Can you see that better? Needle in that position. But I don't want to jam it in there too far because, you know, the other needle, I'm not telling you to do this. This is just what I do. This is how I do it. Okay, there's maybe 2 stitches. Up, down, and then 1 more. Very good. Now we're going to trim this corner. Pull this out. Out, 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 out. Okay. We need to come down this way. Flip this over, sort of, not very hard. Grab this guy. Do you see how this is all like crinkled here? This is what I was talking about. Oh, we need to lift our foot. That's usually pretty helpful. I kind of just give a gentle little pull there, and it kind of straightens out. Remember, this is a 45, so if you take the side we just sewn and make this a nice 45. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I saying? 45. Do your math right. It's 90, a 90-degree angle. And then this stuff is just going to kind of gently go on top because there's so much of it. 45 degree. I can't believe I did that. Did any of you catch that before? If not, go back and see it if you want. At least I caught it. Alrighty then. And I hear somebody stirring in the other room. Finesse this. This is what we're going to finesse. I'm going to put a pin in because it wants to skew around and I don't want to stretch it. Just kind of, just so this one's stable. Not a very sharp pin. I keep saying I need to get new pins and I slowly have been throwing them out. Why are you not? Why are you not? This struggle is real. This is the one that takes the time to make sure it's good and flat. And see, I'm bending over to look under there to make sure that tip is out there. Sometimes I stick a pin or even a seam ripper under there. I think I'm okay with this. I can feel that other seam going across, so I think we're alright. And that's so. Yeah, that's probably the hardest thing, is getting that corner turned. Oh! Tiny tug. And then since I don't have anything pinned here, I'm just carefully lining this up, making sure everything is good. I still have some lines that didn't get ironed, and that's okay. If you feel better making the lines, then go for it. Make the lines. there. Ta-da. Almost there. Now we're going to sew straight down and off onto our square. Too much weight going back here. I can feel it pushing the fabric this way. Always keep it so your machine can do the work. Can't say that enough. Ta-da. Let's see. Let's hope and pray. Let's hope and pray everything looks good. Excuse me, machine. Open sesame, sesame. Our first square. That looks good. And this as well, you're going to iron it so the seam allowances go toward the square. I thought I just saw a pin I don't want to throw on the floor. Okay, there we go. I'm going to iron this seam allowances. You can see it wants to lay towards that anyway. So the seam allowances are going to go towards this guy here. We open this up. Open. It's not perfect there, but nobody's going to see the inside. It's okay. As long as it's working on the outside, that's all that matters. And then these guys. See, so if you wanted to, and you had extra, if you wanted to leave that for a border, you can. All this right here. That's it's an 1.5 1 3/4 there. You totally could leave that. This one lined up. It just says something's uneven somewhere, but it's okay. It will look square. That's all that matters. Alright, I'm going to finish sewing these in. You can finish sewing them in. I think you know how to do a border. You can choose to do border, whatever borders you want. I know. I will not call this an end. I will show you how to trim it up. Let me sew these guys in and we'll get back to that. Alright, let's try this from one more angle to see if you can see a little more or not. Here we go. Lined up, so my tip here is ready to go under that foot, right up my 1/4 inch. Take your time, check all the things. Adjust so it's nice and square and flat. Get your tips under your foot and flip back. The other thing I was thinking about, sew the Y seam and sewing all the way off to the end and not doing a back tack like old school method. You don't get the bulk. The bulk is gone from doing a couple back stitches. The thread buildup causes bulk. So that's one advantage to doing this. You have a stronger seam. You don't have any little holes because you missed or you didn't go far enough. What's another advantage? I said you don't have to mark because the actual seam itself marks the 1/4 inch for you, and it turns it perfectly to where you need it be turned for it to turn. Do all the adjustings. making sure everything is good. Feel with your hand. You don't want to be sewing a flap under there. It's happened. It's happened many a time. Not just with star quilts, but with other quilts too. Keep it going. Remember this guy here, this leg, keep him so he's not stretching out. So we're not stretching out our seam allowance. I don't know, for whatever reason my seam allowance is closed back up. It's alright. And so we have that center of your seam allowance right where your threads are. This is me. You don't have to do this. I think it's just easier even with my cheaters. Put your needle in there. Especially with this busy fabric, if this was a solid, putting a little dot of color there with a marking pen works really nicely as well. But I'm not being traditional here. I'm going with a pretty busy color. 1, 2, I need one more. And then, this is where I'm hoping you can see more. You get the glare of the sun, sorry. I'm going to clean some house here so I'm not shredding thread. This light green, my light green fabric, it's the only one. I'm still really good as far as even with all the handling of this quilt I've done. It's looking really well. Okay, so I generally turn this part first. Turn the top. I don't know, it's just a general, you can do it however. Reach under, find your square. It's hiding in there somewhere. It's hiding. Where are you? Here it is. It just got really bunched. You just kind of want to re-square that. Re-square this. I need to put a pin. It gets frustrating when it doesn't seem to want to be in the right spot. I'm guessing I went one thread over. I see what's happening. So, I can see that underneath my needle went right off of my square. Which is, I mean, it can work. But let's call it that not okay. It's not a quilt until you rip. It's not a quilt until you rip. And I was all the way off. Let's see if I can show you that. It bunched up in there and went right, where are you? I might as well show you how I rip. Oh, we're going to get rid of this guy. And I'm going to start at the outside corner, not the inside corner where we make that turn. I take a few threads out up here. which is really tough because, you know, shorter stitch length. My dog's snoring. There's the first one. Alright, there's a couple there. And a couple here. It's all part of quilting. And then you gotta cut that guy loose. So then we're started there. I stick my thing in. A lot of people do it the other way, but it never seems to work the other way. You're gonna very carefully put in and just kind of push the fabric, or push the, what I'm doing is I'm kind of pinching both sides over the seam ripper. Just keep pushing. Be careful when you come to the edges. Yeah, not everything is always peachy. I only do little bits. I mean, if you had somebody, you could probably go zoop, but I can't tell you how many times I have poked through my fabric and wrecked my fabric. Anybody else done that? That's sad and disheartening, isn't it? Almost there. The reason I do this is because it's holding it from stretching on the diamond. Almost to the end. Just like that. Now we got all these nasties. We got a clean house. Okay? That's where these wonderful lint rollers come in that are sticky. Pull your long ones. Just go through and clean house on both sides, not just the one. I'm also, just so you know, I'm going to pull out stitches from this diamond. I'll probably go up midway to the purple, and because this pulled here, that pulled open there, I'm going to go midway up the purple, do a back tack up here because it's already done, it's okay, but this I don't want a back tack in there, and I don't want bulk in here, and that's why I want this to lay flat. So I will pull this up to up here and restitch this, maybe even go one notch shorter on the stitch length, if that makes sense. And that's how I rip and clean up this guy. This guy is really full of the little guys. Da, da, da. Sometimes you gotta coax them out. Coax them out. Sometimes it's just about going from the other side. Now, it's easier to clean this up now before you resew. Oh geez, see, now I'm... This I didn't start, sorry, I got a runny nose. I didn't starch my background fabric, and that probably would be a good thing. And then go through and finish picking those out too. Ta-da, just like that. Simple fixes. Don't cry over a bad seam, not worth it. Okay, I'm not going to bore you with the whole seam. I fixed the star seam. We sewed all the way down there. pin, but use my pin as a pointer to my seam. There it is. One, doesn't want to do it. And I'm right in the seam. All right. I have a pin here. We're going to remove that. By going into that seam, that just allows that perfect your 1/4 inch where marking you can get off with, you know, depending on where your ruler is, the little inconsistencies that happen with that. And we're going to pull this all forward, square this guy up. I didn't press my seam reopen. I probably should have did that, but that's okay. This is kind of at a weird angle, that. This is where you probably couldn't see before, but I put my pin under the foot and underneath, and we're in our thread. I just make sure that that's not curled. Straighten this stuff up here. Temporarily set a pin in here. I think I'm going to put an extra one in there just because we had a stitch line in there, and every time you pull your stitch lines it weakens your fabric. Open up my seam properly, set my seam down, or my foot down, and see how that just comes straight down perfectly on the 1/4 inch mark where I need it to go. Can you see under there at all? A little bit, and there goes my phone. Okay, hopefully the day's interruptions might be over. And when we left off, we were rounding this guy around to the proper side. Rounding him, squaring him off. This is going to be kind of at a weird angle going off this direction. Your 90, not your 45, should be under there pretty much at the 90 degree. Alright, now, without tugging too much, let's see if you guys can see under there. And see how that one is up just a tad bit where I was sticking my needle or a seam ripper. You might be able to see my seam ripper better. I stick it under here to make sure it's straightened out. Because it can go like around, and there's a little bit better if you use the seam ripper. I think I'm happy with that. Maybe, we'll see. And then I don't pull too much, but it sometimes seems like it needs just the tiniest bit of help doing that first stitch or two. Oh, I want to go back up on my stitch length. That's part of, okay. Because I fixed that other seam and I dropped her down. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Maybe I can get these in and get this trimmed up tonight. Show you how to trim it. I got too much weight going this direction. Bring that around. Let everything kind of just fall nice and flat, including right here. Check everything. Not good enough for me. There we go. When it comes to borders, you can do whatever you like, depending on how big you want it. You can add more to the top and bottom to make it longer than the sides. It's all up to you. It's all about your creative mind. I have a kind of cool border planned for this one. Something new for me. Oh, you're whining. Stop whining. Lots of miles. And which one's the square? This one's the square. Camera's too close. Too close. This is the square we just did. Everything is beautiful. Yep. Alright, let me finish sewing these things up and ironing them out, and then we'll trim. I forgot to hit record. I was just doing a fix here. There's a hole in the seam. All three of your sides, because there's 3 sides, should have this V mark. This one does, except for my threads are in the way and you can't really see at the moment. But this side, it almost looks like there was a thread break or a miss right there. I don't know what happened, which caused the hole. But instead of ripping the whole thing out and weakening my fabric, I'm just gonna do some hand stitching to fix it. And I'm gonna make a knot and make a mess of me. Like Murphy's Law, right? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Oh, my battery packs came in, but I haven't opened them yet. Because they're electronic, it's Minnesota, and even though it's warmer out, it's still like only 40 degrees here today. And so we're going to let them warm up overnight. Okay. So in through that side, go back in. Make sure you're on your seams. I'm going to go down in the middle of where the miss is. Like my threads came undone, literally. I don't know why that's coming undone. It needs to stop. Make sure that I'm on the seam line. Should be using a thinner thread for this, for fixing. This is the quilting thread. But it's what I had. It was handy, so I grabbed it. Why are you sticking there? They said Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Oh, that's this is the one that's loose. Okay. And do another stitch or two, and then I'm going to peek at the other side. Nope, I want that to go into the seam allowance from there. Yep. You don't want holes, especially at your corners of your inset triangles and squares. Somebody sits on it, gets pulled wrong, it's gonna rip, and all your hard work goes right out the window. And once a quilt has been quilted, it is very difficult to mend. Not impossible, just difficult. Alright, we're going to hold this and flip this guy back over. You may have caught it. I caught it as I was moving it after. I have a little pucker in there. I would rather have a little pucker over folding that corner. I'm trying to look at the screen. There's a tiny bit of a pucker in there, but at least I don't have a hole anymore. There's a fly in here. Where did he come from? Just because it's nice out and we went outside doesn't mean the flies get to come in. Because it's time to drag out the fly swatters. This is the season of, it's nice. Oh, and I saw a robin today, so that's cool. The robins are home. It's a little early, but it's alright. So then I'm going to take this and run up the seam. Here we go. Kind of missed, but I'm on the outside in the seam allowance, that's alright. And then run up here, just on the outside, a bit. This is that naughty thread. Why is it? Alright, here we go. And see, the more you play with this stuff, the weaker and thinner it feels like it gets. I'm okay that these are long stitches. I locked those in pretty good. Those were pretty small stitches back there. But it is what it is, okay? And then you knot it up and snip your thread. Put this in between your seams. I don't know how much my hands were in the way that you were able to actually even see. If it's good, I'll let it be. If it's not, I'm not going to refilm it because I'm not taking this out. Ooh, how's your quilts coming? Are you getting excited? When you get to this point after your setting triangles and squares are put in, you might be tempted to take the ruler and just go wacky whack whack. But let's not do that. If you have a really long ruler, grab that because that makes things easier. If you only have a 24-inch ruler, that's okay. Your point should match just in between. And if you have a nice big square ruler, go ahead and grab that. Or even a small square ruler. This one's a 12-inch. If you have an 8, a 9, even a 6 would work. Even a 4 would work. Anything's better than nothing. Also grab yourself a marking utensil. And we're going to need the rotary blade, but we're going to say goodbye to that for now. Let's get started. Oh, and you might want like a heavy weight, a book, something. Sometimes the quilts get kind of shifty. So, to start, I am going to take my 1/4-inch line on here. This is where we start. We start at a set-in triangle, and definitely get that 1/4-inch there, and here, and mark. I know this seems like, Deb, can I just cut? You could, but make sure your hand is down where your fabric is so you can scribble across. Slid just a smidgy. Alright, you have line. I don't know if you can see that on the cam. Sure you can. It's there. This is exactly why I want more than that possible ½ inch to add. But this is how we square them up. Now I gotta go to the other side. And because my quilt is going to be off center of the table, we're going to need a weight. So you're going to want to bring the square up onto your drawing area. Let's see if it's in view. I use a nice heavy book. Oh, this book's Mom's. 100 Best Full-Size Quilt Blocks and Borders. Kind of neat. I really like that one. It's borrowed from Mom's library of quilt books. Thanks, Mom. Alright, so now we're down to the square. And I don't feel like I'm in view enough for you guys. I want to make sure the square is best in view. Here. Okay. And there. And we're on the board. Almost. I have my big iron board underneath. Okay. And away we go. This is where I like the big ruler. Now, being that it has the lip that catches, the 24-inch one would work, but the longer you can go across your, just like in carpentry, the better you're going to be squared up. I'm going to line, oh, and then my lip, this lip guy that gets stuck there, that's face up instead of face down, so I have it nice and flat. Line up along the line you've already drawn. Make sure that your 1/4 inch is overlapping there. And, okay. And give it a nice mark. This is how you make sure your quilt will be square, because these do go askew a little bit from, you know how I said that extra little bit in that Y-seam corner. Alright, so now we're there. Just for ease, I'm going to grab this other guy. And we're going to mark a 1/4 inch on this side. You could use 2 square rulers like so. Or not square, but rectangle. You could do that too. This will work. So you have your 1/4 inch mark on that tip of that point. You're squared up with this line here. Making sure everything is nice and square before I mark. And this is why I like the square ruler. Alright, so I'm at like 1 1/8, and I'm going to slide, whoops, I'm going to slide along my line, which I'm not doing very successfully, and kind of see that this all measures out the same. We're looking good, looking good. I could just go put it down here and check. It's got that. I think we're good. I think we're pretty good. Alright. Now, put this back over here and double check that I didn't go off askew. And I'm going to put this up there. Yeah, if you can double check your work on yourself. Now you're going to, I'm because of where my fold is, I'm going this way. It could go this way, but it wants to catch. Put pressure down so you can write on your fabric. And you're going to do this around the entire quilt before you get overzealous and cut. That way you can make sure everything is square, okay? I don't have very dark lines. The biggest ones are important is this X up here, and then I can see that, and there's a couple places to go along the line. Then you'll turn the quilt. You'll turn the quilt that way. I don't want to pull because I got that book over there. And you're going to continue going around the entire quilt before you cut. Did you make it all the way around? I started recording and talking to you, but I wasn't recording because I'm an absent-minded quilter. My squares are all very close to, like, they're so close to all being 17¼ inches this way and this way. That's the best check I can give you to try to get it as square as it can be when you're trimming off your extras. Because if you look when we're done, this is wide, it gets narrow down there, and then it gets wide again. But let's go ahead and chop this beauty up. Making sure you're on the line, making sure that you're missing your point, that you have a 1/4 inch there. Just double check. I know you already marked it, but double check. Make sure you don't want to have nothing there to sew on and lose your point in the end. Alright, so ta-da, that's all we got, right? Because that's as long as a ruler is. Then pick up the book because you don't want the weight on there, or whatever weight you have. Slide her down. Weight it back down. We're on the board still, so that's all good. The only other tip I have for you on this is storage of your quilt. I'll show you in a bit. I think it's very important. Slice and dice. Slice and dice. You work so hard to get that flat center, and so when you fold your quilt, you don't want to fold it so any creases in the middle. You want to offset your fold, because the more you iron that thing, you will see it. Trust me, I know this because of experience. Oh, I missed a thread. Alright, that's one side. One side. Up we go. Off we go. Oh, shame, shame. Close your rulers, or not your rulers, but your rotary cutters. And then I'm just gonna run this because I chose to put that new battery adapter. What do you call that? Power adapter in to see if it would help. I go to the other side and straighten that. Not there far enough. Troubles of being short, right? There we go. I'm putting crinkles in. There we go. Haha, I missed an entire side. I I thought I had it done. Let's do this again. This won't take long. I need this corner. Oh, that's because that's the side we just cut. Oh my goodness. You know, sweat and tears here because I just want to have this done. The first video I originally did, I'm like, I'm going to do videos because everybody's doing YouTube, getting money. I want a long arm. And then life happened. And life still happens. Life continues to happen in this household. I have a family that's not super healthy for the most part. Like my mom turns 78. She turned 78 on the 16th. And my husband had the stroke. I have my own issues with MS and spinal stenosis, which is causing my hip to be an issue. So you do what you can when you can. You know, life before this. So, but anyway, so I did my first videos on the star quilt, right? And what happened? Oh, so life happened, and I came back to do it, and that's when they were upgrading the to Windows 11. Everything had to, and I had my computer off, and YouTube changed how you uploaded, and so I had to find a new editing program instead of using YouTube. And I'm not technologically advanced. I'm not that old. I'm not that young neither. I mean, all my children are adults. Our baby's 26, so there we go. And so the last video never got uploaded on how to put this together and how to trim. So, and I'm not perfect, and because of my MS, I lose my words sometimes. My verbiage gets off, and I don't care. I'm a human. I'm not a robot to make everything perfect. I try to make the quilts perfect. I hope when you finish your quilt off, you come over to Quilting Perfectly in Perfect Points on Facebook and show what you've done. It's always a joy to see people's work. I think a beginner could do this. Everybody's like, no, it's so advanced, but it's not. You learn the hard stuff. This is my theory. Learn the hard stuff. The rest comes super easy. Once you master the difficult things, like the Y seams, which, yeah, they're a little bit of a challenge, but not as bad as people say, you know. And once you got that under your belt, everything else is going to come so naturally. And you will advance so quickly in your quilting journey. That's my opinion anyway. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. And turn. And turn. 2 more sides. Yeah, I just want, not that you have to watch this, but maybe skip ahead if you're tired of watching me cut. I'm testing this battery pack thing out. Or electric pack. But I'll kind of give you ideas on how to fold your quilt for storage. So, till then, I'm just going to keep yapping. We're doing pretty good. Because, no, the other one, the other battery pack thing, as we know, it didn't matter if sometimes it was 5 minutes, sometimes it was 10 minutes, sometimes it was 20 minutes before it would shut off. Get out of there. Always make sure your stuff's out of the way so you don't accidentally cut your things. You've come too far to make a really big ubu. This is the one I got the lower on. We're lined up. Vroom, 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 vroom. I think I need to turn the ceiling fan on. It's getting warm. It's a beautiful day here in Minnesota today. It's gorgeous. Took my husband out for a walk. And went to the store for a little bit with the rest of this guy. Get some exercise. Tomorrow's a gym day. Tomorrow's a gym day. I like the gym. It helps my hip. The more I move, you know, body in motion stays in motion. Not that I can go all the time, but I go as much as we can. Here we go. Yeah, I'll be excited if this thing works and doesn't just, you know, magically shut off without warning or making a noise. That would be nice if it made a noise to say, hey, there's auto stop because we overheated. A little more stretch on this one, and then we have one more side. But see how, oh, I just banged my computer. See how we took the guesswork out of this, and you know exactly where you're going. You know where to line up. Just make sure you're not skewed on things. Make sure you drew a straight line. So cut a straight line. Oh, open her up. And we have one more side to go. This is the first time I've ever used a printed background on a star quilt. Come on, it's 2025. We don't have to do everything traditionally, right? You can. That still comes out gorgeous. I just like to try new things. Straighten up. Get on the board. Wait. There we go. Oh, look at that. We're still recording. Amazing. Amazing. Line up really good, really good. Oh, open. That little bump there, because that's where all that extra triangle is. See? Didn't have to worry about those. I think my next video, did I talk about the next video being on a flanged border? Oh, faux flange. I like to bind. It's a new thing I've been doing is the faux flange. It's a good way to do a whole, if you like to machine bind, a lot of people get to the binding and just walk away and say, okay, I'm done. And let the quilt sit in their closet for So, of course, it cut off on me on the last shot, but you should be fairly squared up. And I said I was going to show you how to do some folding of your quilt. It's kind of difficult. So I took one corner. I need more glue. I need bigger things. I kind of fold to the corner. You can fold all the corners in at once if you want. Fold this corner in over. The biggest thing is not to put any crease, whether it's vertical, horizontal, anyway. You don't want a crease on that guy. Just fold your corners in. And it doesn't do it nearly as bad when what? Alright, go over one But you have to send this to your long armor as well. So you want to keep this guy open from a crease and then kind of fold this way. And then, come on. My end is wrinkled at the end. Alright, so I know where I need to know where that is. And just kind of fold it in. You take your time to fold. Just like anything else, especially if you're going to ship it off. It's going to get wrinkled. There's nothing you can do because there's pressure. There's definite pressure on your package. But see where my thing is? I can fold this 1 or 2 more times. And my center is not folded. Like I said, you work really hard to get that center point. You don't want it wrecked. If you like the video, please give me a thumbs up, like, share, subscribe, all those fun things that, you know, they tell you to do on YouTube. And happy sewing, happy quilting. Thanks for watching.